ugly, and that's how they want it.
They are minus 140 the way it looks at DK to win it outright.
Yeah.
They got talent. That freshman, Johnson, is, I can tell you, he's outstanding.
Did you see the Wisconsin line?
I do. I have that right in front of me.
Wisconsin against UCLA. Wisconsin 1.5 and 140.
Now,
I'll take the Badgers.
I think I might too. I watched that game. They played at Pauley Pavilion. It was an awesome game. That was played in the 80s on UCLA's home turf, for what it's worth. That's not how Mick Cronin likes to play basketball games. Hence the total being around 140 in that game. But Wisconsin is obviously an elite basketball team on offense, and if they're hitting their shots, I don't know if UCLA will keep up with them in this game.
Mm-hmm.
They did the first time around, but there were a lot of fouls. They hit their free throws in that spot late.
Well, plus it's North Carolina. It's UCLA out of the Pacific time zone.
Yep. Well, yeah, there you go. Okay, so
Carolina up 6.
Yeah, this is we're going to turn this into our version of the bad beat red zone. Because there's 90 seconds left and they're laying 5.5.
Something going to happen.
This will take a minute. Yeah, so it might not even be done by the top of the hour. Who knows?
Yep. New Mexico's opened up a 12-point lead now over the Spartans.
Okay.
So they'll get the winner of San Diego State Boise, which is, I can't wait for that game coming up. Oh, Boise 2.5. That's crazy.
That game tips off in about 30 minutes after that game.
Yep. Love the Aztecs. Love them. And 3:30. I'm looking forward to Iowa and Illinois, which will be a track meet.
Yeah.
Too many points, right?
That, and also, man, first of all, in any Iowa game, my first inclination is to look at the over, but obviously that's been baked in for several years. They made it 166 in that neighborhood. Even some of the projection sites have it going over. They have it being played in the 170s. I don't know if I can bet over 166 though. All you need is a 3-minute dry spell.
Yep.
And shots aren't going in, and you're looking dead to rights then at that point.
The A10 games are out 2.25. VCU's 10.5 against the Bonnies. Loyola Chicago was 1 against St. Louis.
Okay.
VCU should go to now they lost against Dayton, which probably keeps them out of the tournament now from an at-large standpoint, but their point guard was out. VCU should be in the championship game. You take out St. Bonnie's, 10-point favorite. You should have no problem with St. Louis Loyola winner. You've been awesome for 2.5 months.
Right.
Act like it now.
Oh, there you go. Well said. Follow the money on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Steve Wiss on the program coming up next. We'll get into soccer bets for the weekend. And something happened in Champions League he's never witnessed before. Controversy!
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
Hello, Phantom fans, and welcome to Season 7, Episode 22 of the Dump and Chase podcast. My name is Sam Olmstead, and joining me as always is Dan Conley and Justin Irwin. So, gentlemen, the fun part of games on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is that when we get around to record, it feels like the games took place a month ago.
Even though we are recording a day earlier than we do most of the time.
We're just saying how old we are that we forget what we saw.
Exactly.
That fast? Yeah.
Well, I mean, when it blends into the previous 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, Thursday was a blur for me, but for different reasons.
So we get to kick off this episode with some happy news that thankfully for once broke before we recorded.
Yeah.
Because the universe just doesn't like us. And if we record on Sunday, the news is going to break on Monday. If we record on Monday, the news is going to break on Tuesday. That's just our lot in life.
Right about that.
We actually got one a little bit early, finding out that former Phantom and guest on the show here, a month and a half ago? Chase Patilla has signed a 3-year entry-level contract with the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Yeah, we got to see. That'll be that's going to be so cool to see. Cannot wait to see where he ends up.
So fingers crossed someday down the road, I will have a Pittsburgh Penguins Chase Patilla jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Other news with the trade deadline for the NHL, former Phantoms captain, Clark Cup champion, as well as Chase Patilla, Shane LeChance was traded to the New Jersey Devils. So it looks like he's going to be sticking around on the East Coast. We're not banishing him to Edmonton, where he will be forgotten forever unless your name is McDavid.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a much better fit for him.
And plus he's got the family connection in New Jersey too.
Yeah.
And as a 7th round pick, I don't think that 7th round picks get traded very often as far as just as a throw something back to me type thing. So they obviously see something they like in him as well. So
I mean, he's been lighting it up in Boston University this year. So
yeah.
And then just absolutely unbelievable news. Some might even call it a miracle on ice. I mean, if you live in Nebraska, it might feel like it was right up there with the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team.
Yeah, they'll always remember where they were when it happened.
Saturday night, Omaha coming back from a 2-goal deficit against Tri-City in the third period to send the game to overtime. And then with about 1 minute and 8 seconds left in the extra frame, this happened, courtesy of our old friend Frank Zarowski, the voice of the Omaha Lancers.
Morgan driving hard to the net. Jones rips a man off. Looking, score! Chris Bettini ends the drought for Omaha. Chris Bettini on the doorstep. The long drought is over.
So congratulations to the Omaha Lancers who lost their next game on Sunday evening. But they'll always have that one.
I mean, I've heard championships called with less enthusiasm.
Less enthusiasm than their 7th win of the year. I do want to know what was said in the locker room after that game, because I had to be
in Omaha's locker room or Tri-City's locker room.
That's you know what, Sam? Tri-City now. I was going to say Omaha, but yeah,
I can't imagine the general manager in Tri-City was too happy about it.
Everybody knew it was going to happen. Everyone just didn't want it to happen to them.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer bunch.
All right. And as we've been doing here for the past so many episodes, we are now going to do the second version of our little quiz we've been doing with each other. This one is the FanUps lineup quiz, where one of us selects a starting lineup of a game that hopefully has some significance to something in Phantoms history and isn't just some random game in February on a Thursday. So this week, Justin has picked his starting lineup. And as I said, off mic just a little bit ago, don't fall for Dan's sad sack routine anymore. of how terrible he's going to be at these games because he hasn't been around as long and he's won every single one so far. So don't factor that into your decision making here anymore.
Yeah, it's Sam, you're trying to jinx me here, so let's get to this.
Yeah, I was going to say I had two, and no one would probably get the other one. So without looking it up on EP.
Okay.
So I went with one. I mean, as we discussed off air here, it's going to be that bonus question of, can you guess actually what game this is?
And also, as per last week, we will not give the goaltenders as a clue because most of the time that's a dead giveaway to the season.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Justin.
All right. Your starting lineup: Jaden Grant, Kyle Bettens.
So we know the season already.
Adam Ingram. I'm waiting.
21-22.
Again.
Yeah. See.
Of course, we're all sitting here on Elite Prospects or whatever website.
That was an easy one, though.
No, I was writing them down.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Rest of the lineup.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Defense was TJ Schweghart and Trey Taylor.
TJ.
Trying to think of things that happened that year.
Wait, Grant, Bettens, and who?
Ingram.
Adam Ingram.
Ingram. Okay.
So now we're going through the season and
21-22.
This one's a pretty easy one.
That's the year before the Cup year.
They made the playoffs that year. Is that the year they lost to Madison, right?
Yes.
I'm just going to let him say it was at game one of the playoffs that year.
It is not.
Okay.
Oh God. I thought playoffs, but I'm like, no, we just did that last week. Would he do it 2 weeks? Would he do it 2 weeks in a row? Was that the first American Cup game?
We have a winner.
My God, I stole a point.
I had other guess, but that was not my other guess. So
yeah, that was good guess.
Yeah, I would have.
I was at that game.
That. I would have never guessed that.
Oh, okay. I feel a little better now.
Good job.
Yeah, but Benz and Ingram only played 1 year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was easy for. But I would have never guessed America. That's a great guess there, Sam.
Well, he said Grant first, and I'm like, okay, so there's 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I was going to go out of order and pick a defenseman second and put in Trey Taylor, but even then,
yeah, if you would have gave the defenseman first, I would have. Yeah.
Right. That was the year I became a season ticket holder. That's why it sticks out.
Yeah, the first one you said was Grant, so that there's a two season possibility there. Alrighty, all right. I stole a point out of that one. Dan will be up next week, so you and me, Justin, are going to have to bone up on last season.
You're baiting me and
games of significance last season. So with this being Dan's turn. All right. So coming up in this episode, we will be previewing the Phantoms 2 games. Oh, we're not playing Tri-City yet. Nope, Sioux Falls. We're going to be previewing the 2 games in Sioux Falls. I'm getting a week ahead of myself here. We also have the fan Q&A and Phantom Files. This week, we are welcoming the USHL leader in wins. That is goaltender Melvin Strahl. Finally, people keep asking. We finally got him. So after a short break, we'll take a look at what happened with the Phantoms in the 3-3 series with the visiting Madison Capitals. That is next with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in, and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you're listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back to the Dump and Chase podcast on the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio. So the Phantoms, 3 games this past week, not so much the weekend, the week, with Madison coming to town. And overall, I would say, I mean, Phantoms end up taking 4 out of 6 possible points in this, getting 2 out of 3 wins. I will say, especially with the games on Wednesday and Thursday, I don't know if we had it in our head that that would be a possible outcome. I think we were expecting much tighter games than these games ended up being. Overall, defensively, Youngstown just completely dominated Madison.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of the season, I really like where our defense is at. Especially that first game, we absolutely shut them down.
Yeah, I think this first game here, it was a 5-2 game, and I still don't think the score was indicative of how much the Phantoms dominated this game. It wasn't, AJ White in goal played an outstanding game. Probably could have been 8-2. Everything was clicking. Everything they were doing was working. So that was a great game to watch on ice.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely no disrespected Madison's goalkeeping here, any of this series.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you think when, there is a distinct possibility going back in recent history that we could have been seeing Melvin Strahl all 3 games. The Wednesday game was a good way to start it off if that was a possibility when it was all said and done that Melvin only faced 13 shots on goal.
Yeah, I wonder how hard that is for him. You're a goalie, you got to stay in laser focused the whole entire time. And I'm sure he doesn't want to get pelted 24/7 with pucks, but only getting, first period 3 shots, and it was 5-5 after that. That's got to be hard mentally to stay in the moment when you're not getting a whole lot of work the whole time.
You wonder if almost the fact that he had played, 3 games the previous week, a very short turnaround for this time of year, between 2, 3, and 3s. You have to think that, maybe he's got the mental, I mean, he's playing games more days than not at this point. So, you have to think he's already dialed in. Give him as much of a break as he can, and they did.
Yeah.
But yeah, Youngstown getting the 5-2 win in this game. Special teams really didn't factor too much into it. I think that comes into play later in this series. Kind of ended up biting Youngstown on Friday. I mean, special teams really even can't complain too much. One of Madison's 2 goals was on the power play. But yeah, like I said, just kind of beginning to end. And I really only think Youngstown maybe had 5 bad minutes in this game.
I mean, they had, I think the worst 2 minutes of the game was the 5-on-3 that they had where they failed to get a shot on goal. And other than that moment right there in the game, I think this was a very complete game. One of the best games they played overall, except for those 2 minutes. I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. But luckily they didn't come back to bite him in the butt at all.
Brecken Smith with a goal in this game. I think this may be the most solid series I've seen Brecken play yet.
He was flying around.
I mean, a great game on Wednesday, a great game on Thursday. And I mean, that first period on Friday, I mean, again, and we kind of talked about, Ryan Rusinski getting bit last week. I think it was Brecken's turn this week. I mean, he very easily could have had a handful of goals in the game on Friday.
Yeah.
Just ran into, just some unreal goaltending in that game. But I mean, I feel like this was a really, really good weekend for Brecken Smith.
Yeah, and Brecken does so many things that don't show up on a score sheet. He hustles. He's like an energizer body out there. He plays on the PK. And you look at the beginning of the year, the Phantoms, they were shuffling lineups constantly, trying to figure out what works. And you look at how they've been playing now. They're 8-2 in their last 10. Besides injuries, suspensions, or being sick, they've kind of settled on a 4-line sequence that's really seems to be working. And a lot of that Brecken's with, I think he's with Cesar and Bukowski. That's a heck of a line. That's a crazy line to have as your third or fourth line. And if that's what you have on your third and fourth line, you're going to have a lot of success.
So we get to the game on Thursday. The Phantoms winning this game 4-1. Again, more the same. I think the Phantoms kind of struggled there in the second period, even though they picked up the only goal of that period. Madison putting up 13 shots in that period. This game, Madison only getting 13 shots on Wednesday, outshooting Youngstown 32-26. And hats off to Melvin Strahl. I mean, Madison was really going hard in that second period on Thursday. And he kept him out of it.
Yeah. I mean, you could see that obviously Madison wasn't going to be pushed around all weekend. They sort of woke up. I think the third period, we kind of settled that down a lot better.
Yeah. And then get back to who we just mentioned, Ryan Rusinski with 2 goals in this game.
Yeah. Some might say 3, but maybe it should.
But it's one of those, if he would have had the second one, would he have scored the third one?
That's a good question.
The whole step on a butterfly and change the course of history. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I mean,
he got his 2.
If he was destined to get 2, I mean, he got his 2.
No, and to take Lipsack's line, voice of the Phantoms, when he did score that goal, it did count. He did say, "Puck don't lie" on the broadcast, and that was a great line. That made me think of Rasheed Wallace from like late '90s, early 2000 basketball games. But this game here, how many times we said, I say second period blues quite often for the Phantoms. It's just always, if they would pick one period, they don't come out and play their best out of the 3. I guess the second period is one you want it to be in. You don't want to set a tone or end the game like that. But, if Madison really threw a lot of pucks at the net in that second period and Strahl stood tall, and the defense, something else I noticed in 5-on-5 things, 5-on-5 situations defensively, teams really cannot get a flow. They don't really cycle the puck very much in the Phantom zone. And by saying that, they really can't set screens in front of Strahl. They're in there for a few seconds, the puck gets out. And by not allowing teams to set screens in front of Strahl, he can see the puck great, and he's seeing the puck great. That's why he played such a great game on Thursday. He could see the puck because the screens were getting moved out, and he was catching ones that I don't understand how the hell he saw coming to him.
Yeah, likewise, I think that was the case, especially in the first period of Friday with Owen Lepak getting the start. Mm-hmm. I mean, they really did him a big favor by making sure he could see everything wide open.
Well, Dan, a couple points to what you said. First, what was that other quote by Matt during one of the games? Something about you saying awful things about the referees. It wasn't him saying it. He was just quoting you.
No, and he's a Grizzly veteran. He showed it by that high sticking call in the game on Wednesday that I pointed out to him that I watched several times. There was no high sticking call, as everyone else knows, and he said that I confirmed his thoughts, but that wasn't his thoughts. That was me saying that, and he agrees with me. So the league take a look at Dan Conley's season ticket holder, not him.
Apparently Peter Cesar is only about 1.5 feet tall on the ice because for him, a high stacking penalty is hitting somebody in the top of their boot.
Yeah. Shame.
To your other point, actually, I didn't notice this yesterday. As much as we kind of talked about the Phantoms' woes in the second period, it's actually gotten a lot better.
That's good.
If we're talking about goals in the first period to this point in the season, the Phantoms are a plus 14. The third period, they're a plus 11. And the second period, they have gotten it up to -1. If I remember at one point, they were negative double digits there in the second period, and they've brought it
easy.
up to they're only a -1 goal differential in the second period. So that's something.
I think it was getting into like the high teens at one point.
It was up there for sure, but apparently it's something they're starting to turn, or not starting, but at least consistently turning a corner on here. All right, so moving on to the game on Friday, the rubber match of this series, Madison getting the 1-0 win. And basically this boils down to, because Justin, like you just mentioned, Owen Lepak getting his first ice, game time since January 24th. Stopping 25 of 26 in this game. Owen Lepak looked excellent.
Yeah. We had questions, what we know now is if they play good defense in front of him, he can stop the puck.
Yeah. Yeah. And that goal he scored on him, there's nothing he could do about that goal either.
Power play goal.
Yeah. There was nobody more happy than my youngest son just seeing, Owen Lepak in the net because, he's his biggest fan. And tell you what, I haven't seen my youngest son engaged in a game that much in a long time. He was like at the edge of his seat every time Lepak caught the puck. And it was good to see. I know he needed a game like that. I think the team needed Lepak to also have that game to give them confidence as well. And I think that they, even though he lost that game, I think it's going to take big steps going forward for him and the team.
And in all honesty, there was only one aspect of this game that was bad for Youngstown.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the power play.
Yeah.
You lose the game 1-0 and you're 0 for 6 on the power play. Now, take nothing away from Caleb. I'm going to hope it's Hagel.
Hagel. The pronunciation guide puts a G in there.
Something to that effect. Played a heck of a game. You cannot take away anything he did, but at the same time, Youngstown did not play a bad game here.
No.
And it's just the only aspect was special teams. You lose a game 1-0 and you're 0 for 6 on the power play.
Including more 5-on-3 where you didn't get a shot on goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, they had plenty of opportunities at full strength. They just could not finish this game.
Yeah. And the power play is something we've been talking about amongst the three of us for a long time. And if there's one area of the game where they are lacking, it is the power play. Over the last 4 weekends, over the last 10 games, the Phantoms are 4 out of 40 on the power play. And if simple math does me right, that's 10%.
Yeah.
And that's not a number that's very good, but it's not a number that has been consistent throughout the year. I just think they're going through a lull. And you don't need to score on every penalty, on every power play, but you need to generate some decent offense. And they've been struggling to do that. I don't know if you need to change something up or what it is, but something tells me once they figure out if someone scores a goal, it's going to feel like it was beforehand. One thing I do want to point out about this game is the most odd thing I've ever seen. And I was at the very end of the game, Connor DeHaro got his helmet taken off and got his skull crunched against the wall. And as he's on the ground being attended by Amber Martinelli, did you guys notice what song was being played by the DJ?
No, that was happening right. No, I didn't notice the song. That was happening right in front of us.
The song was Venga Boys, We Like the Party. And it's like, understand your situation. He's on the ice. I thought he may have had a concussion. And all I hear is like the Six Flags theme song. You
expect to see the old guy dancing.
Yeah, so that's all I can think about.
Kids that old guy understand this reference.
I think that song was on one of my Now That's What I Call Music CDs.
Yeah. Oh, that's dating us right there.
I know. Kids, look that up. So after the game on Friday, we got the chance to talk to Coach Ward. I had asked Ryan about just kind of, we had this little bit of dread going into what's this going to be like 6 games in 9 days, but just kind of asking him how he felt coming out of this 6 games in 9 days. And this is what he had to say.
Yeah, I'm super happy. Honestly, if you win 2 out of the 3 for the rest of the year, you win a championship, right? So super, super happy, and thought the guys battled, and we were missing Soaps tonight. Junior got sick, and so I thought the guys worked really, really hard.
And then after that, Dan got to chime in, asking Coach Ward about just kind of the Phantoms of just overall dominance 5-on-5, especially in the past month or so. And this is what he had to say about that.
No, I just thought we were above pucks and we made it hard on them, and they executed our. We play a pretty tight game, and I thought they just kept going with that.
Sorry, Dan, I got the longer answer on that one.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. So with that, it is now time for the Dump and Chase podcast. 3 stars of the week.
Our 3rd star of the week is Owen Lepak. He had his first start since January 24th. He stopped 25 of 26, and heck of a game in that.
2nd star, Brecken Smith, 2 goals, and just a dominant weekend.
And the 1st star of the week goes to Michael Messick, Mr. Consistency. If you look at his points throughout this season, he has never gone more than 2 games without a point. So we have Mr. Clutch, Michael Messick. I think we can start calling him Mr. Consistency.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that will do it for 3 stars and the weekend recap. Coming up next is this week's edition of Phantom Files with goaltender Melvin Strahl. So keep it here with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take 1.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
We're back with the Dump and Chase podcast on the home of Phantoms Hockey, Western Reserve Radio. So for this week's edition of Phantom Files, we welcome probably one of our most requested guests this season. He comes to us from Sollefteå, Sweden, if I pronounced that right, and I probably didn't. He is committed to Michigan State and is a 2023 draft pick of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Currently, he leads all USHL goaltenders in wins, currently sitting at 27. He is number 60, Melvin Strahl. Melvin, welcome to the show.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, like I said, you're probably the one more than anybody we've been getting hammered on. When are you getting him on the show? When are you getting him on the show? So we're thankful we finally got you on here. We appreciate it. So starting out, like going back to the beginning, how did you get started playing hockey?
I come from a hockey family. Both my dad played, my brother still plays hockey, and my dad was a goalie and he played until 2002, I think, when my brother was born. I think I started skating when I was like maybe 2 or 3 years old. Started as a player for a few years, went a bit back and forth between player and goalie, and was probably around 9 years old. My brother was goalie at the moment, and I just kind of came naturally. Just wanted to be a goalie, and obviously I like the equipment. I'm a pretty big gear guy, and that's kind of how my story started.
So we're going to be kind of skipping around a little bit here. Talked about 2023. You were a 5th round draft pick of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Like, where were you at? What were you doing when you found out that Columbus had drafted you?
Yeah, so I was at home, sitting on the couch with my family. We watched the draft, and I wasn't like when you get drafted, you never know 100% if you're gonna get drafted or what team, because you have to be so lucky to even be selected. And they had a few teams that that was kind of on their list, and they could be selecting me. And I had one extra eye open when these guys had their pick going, and it was before the 156 pick in the 5th round. So with my family on the couch, and got a text message from Nick Backstrom, the goalie coach. He said, "Congratulations" in Swedish, and 10 seconds later, it just showed up on TV. So after that, I got a few phone calls from pretty big names, and that was such a surreal experience. And everything, from when I got drafted, the moment, felt like everything went in slow motion, and I was just speechless.
Now, you attended Columbus Blue Jackets main camp this summer, and
the Debbie camp.
Yeah, while you were there, your roommate was a former Phantom and Andrew Strathman.
Yeah,
can you kind of speak about your time at camp?
I've been 2 years now, and just so fun to be there and be around all the staff and get to know the staff and the other prospects there. And there's just so much resources that you can take advantage of while you're there, and just be like a sponge, just soak everything in, and try to take care of every resource you can while you're there for 4 or 5 days. So it's such a good experience to have, and it's a great week in general.
Prior to the draft, was playing in the United States something on your radar? How was the process in that, coming to the United States, and just overall, what was that like for you?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it too much. Obviously, I saw a couple of Swedish guys going that route, and when I got drafted, I during the fall and coming up to Christmas break, I started talking about to Columbus about what I wanted to do this season. So that was one of the options I had. And I just felt like it was probably the best way for me to get on the small rink and develop here on close to Columbus, and having Brett Thiessen, he's the goalie coach for Cleveland and also goalie scout for the Blue Jackets, and just having him that close to me, and he usually comes out and practice once in a while. So I think this was the best way for me.
You mentioned the small rink. Obviously, ice size is vastly, different here. What other differences are there from playing junior in Sweden to North America?
Yeah, obviously on the ice is much faster due to the small rink, and I feel like everything happens a lot quicker. And also off the ice, I feel like it's more professional than back home, because back home, like the SHL teams have their own junior team, so they don't put as much like money and stuff like that into it. So it feels like more professional here, and we're like, because back home you're not the top tier team, obviously with the professional teams above you, and that makes it more professional over here. And I just like the environment overall here, like also with the attendance and everything like that. We had like no crowd last year, and this year we have like sometimes thousands in the stands, so that's also pretty cool.
You had the distinct honor in representing Sweden in the World Juniors this year. I know that had to be an incredible experience. You want to talk about your time during that tournament?
I had a blast. It was so fun to be a part of the group. Sadly, we didn't come home with a medal, but I still think the whole experience of being around those players who, obviously is the best from our country, and just practice with them like every day and just get to know everybody. It was just such a great experience for me, and obviously didn't dress for any of the games, but I still feel like I was a part of that group, and just, I'm so grateful for getting the opportunity to be a part of the group.
What was like your workload like in Sweden? Because I mean, we've been talking a lot about up until this last game on Friday. You had started 14 straight games, and it actually played in like Youngstown's like last 18. If you want to go back further than that, I mean, how is that in compared to like how often you would play over in Sweden?
Yeah, so in Sweden we play 3 games a weekend, like for the first half, and so we usually, like last year, some weekends I played 2 games, or I think like for the most part I played 2 games every 3-game weekend. And me and my goalie colleague back home then was he was also pretty good, so we kind of split a couple of weekends too. So obviously it's new to play this amount of games. I think I only played like 30 games last year, so it's just, I think, I'll play hockey to play games and win, and it's just so fun to get the opportunity here and to play the amount of games that I do.
We always kind of go, when we talk about goaltenders on this show, we always kind of go back and forth. So you're a pretty good person to ask this question too, because we talk, you talk about, you have a game where you only end up facing 13 shots, what you would say 13 shots on goal. And then the next game is like 32 shots. I mean, are you somebody that prefers more shots on goal, or, is it a little bit of an easier night if you're only facing 13 shots, 15 shots, something like that?
I prefer to face more shots. Growing up, I didn't play on a very good team, so I usually faced a lot of shots throughout my younger years. So I kind of adapted to that, and it just feels harder mentally to play a game where you face fewer shots, because I don't know, I just have a harder time to like really get into the game and feel the puck, and all of a sudden you get a breakaway after facing 5 shots, and it's just that part when you get 30 plus shots, you're already into the game and you're always ready, and it's easier to stay ready. So I prefer more shots.
Okay. So you're billeting with I guess you could say some of our favorite people for sure, Bree and John. How has that been getting to live with those guys this season?
Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better place. Obviously from the beginning they welcome me so good, and they're just kind of like our friends. So that's pretty cool. Me and Cade and Lando just loves it here, and yeah, as I said, I couldn't ask for a better place to be in. Also, they taking me to Grand Forks this past weekend was also so fun, and I think we all had a blast to also meet Strata and everything. So yeah, I love it there.
This past week or two, John Tomko actually was the announcer at one of the games. He announced you in Swedish. How hard was that to coach him through?
Yeah, I knew he was going to be the PA announcer, and he has been like, I think it was maybe 4 out of 6 games. I don't really know, but he always has some surprise on my walkout, so it's always fun to hear. I always get a little smile when I hear John do his thing.
Now coming here to America from Sweden, culture's different, food's different. What's your favorite Swedish dish back home?
My favorite Swedish. I don't know, it's pretty boring. I like meatballs and this. I have many different favorites, and a dish called korv stroganoff. I don't really know what that's in English, but that's also pretty good. And I kind of miss those dishes once in a while. But John is a great chef and makes good food, so I can't complain.
Now, likewise here in America, what's your favorite thing that you've tried for the first time here in America?
We did a lot of chipotle.
Chipotle.
Yeah, Chipotle. So that's usually like after practices and sometimes on the road too. So that's probably one of my favorites.
What's your go?
Oh,
so what's your go?
Oh,
you
go
too.
ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, what's your go-to? What's your go-to thing you get from Chipotle?
I do a bowl, white rice, steak, queso, pico, cheese, and guac.
Anything you're like, how do you people eat this?
Yeah, I think of Thanksgiving, the stuffing. I wasn't really a big fan of that.
I know a few people who would agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
All right, Melvin. So before we let you out of here, we've found out throughout the season you actually have a pretty good following back home, kind of popping up like in things that we release and everything like that. We've seen a lot of interaction from Sweden. So before we let you go, is there anything you would like to say to friends and family that may be listening back home? And if you want, you could even say it in your native language.
Nej, men jag har det jättebra borta och det är kul att ni följer det jag gör och jag är tacksam för det.
Right. And you were just saying hello, right? You weren't saying like, get me out of here. Yeah. These guys are crazy. All right, Melvin, thank you so much. I know you guys got a nice long trip out west coming up here. Good luck to you guys. Bring home some wins, bring home some points. And just stay healthy and good luck the rest of the way.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right. So we have been chatting with Phantoms goaltender Melvin Strahl. We're going to step aside for a minute. The weekend preview and fan Q&A is coming up next with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you are listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you are listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
This is the Dump and Chase podcast on the broadcast home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio. So this coming weekend, the Phantoms, the start of a 4-game road trip heading out west, kicking it off on Friday and Saturday with games against the Sioux Falls Stampede. This, of course, will be the only meeting this season between these two teams. Last season, Sioux Falls came to Covelli Center for a couple of games, and Youngstown swept this series. Has nothing to do with this year, but I just wanted to bring it up anyways. So again, our limited knowledge on Western Conference teams is really going to shine through in this segment. Sioux Falls on the season. Well, we'll start out last weekend, beating Sioux City on Saturday 2-1, and then beating Omaha on Sunday 6-3. Beating Omaha 6-3, that and $1.25 will get you a cup of coffee somewhere.
At least they didn't lose to Omaha like
this
some
time.
people. Like some people we know.
That was actually the last game Omaha had won was against Sioux Falls. And then Youngstown went to Omaha, swept them, and they didn't win until Saturday night. So, yeah, we were actually the start of that losing streak. But anyways, Sioux Falls coming into the weekend with a record of 33-13-4. That is good for second place in the Western Conference. Sioux Falls coming in, averaging 4 goals per game, giving up 2.96. On the power play, they are 19.6%. That is good for 11th in the league. And their penalty kill is at 83.8%. That is second in the USHL. So in comparison, Youngstown coming into this weekend with a record of 33-17-1. That gives them second place in the Eastern Conference currently. Thankfully, we reached a point where we could lose a game and still hold on to the 2 seeds. So very happy about that. Youngstown averaging 3.51 goals per game, giving up 2.86 per game. Youngstown on the power play, 22.8%. That is 8th in the league. And the penalty kill is at 75.8%. That is 10th. So I guess the biggest story going into this series is we'll be getting to see Aiden Wright again.
I mean, I love the kid. Not this weekend.
No. We can't wish him luck, but we can wish him well.
Yeah. If he was a dickhead, this would be so much easier.
Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Aiden.
Yeah.
Thanks for being such a great guy. I mean, really, thanks a lot. Couldn't have made this easy for us.
Like, there's no way he doesn't start both games, right?
I would imagine.
Yeah, unless something goes really bad the first game. But
I'm also going to imagine that Strahl is going to start both games as well.
Right. Right. And besides seeing like former Phantom Aiden Wright and that, you're also going to see a couple former draft picks from the Phantoms. That's Noah Ernest and Philip Norberg. But I think the biggest thing from Sioux Falls, when I say biggest, I said that on purpose, they are a gigantic physical team. They have multiple players that are 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". When I say multiple, they have 7, 8 players that are that big, and they are a physical team. They're not dirty. They're not towards the top of the list on teams taking penalties, but they are a physical, wear you down type team. And I think that's going to see, I think it's going to match up well with the Phantoms. They don't have, if you look at their stats, they don't have players other than Ethan Wittenbach. They don't really have crazy stats on the teams. They have 4 solid lines, just like other good teams, but they are physical and they try to wear you down as the game goes on. And that's going to be a heck of a weekend for the Phantoms here.
And again, like I said, I mean, we don't follow the Western Conference. They don't follow us. So,
yeah.
As much as I hate to say it, that's about as good as you're going to get out of us. So the game on Friday, that will be a 8:05 puck drop. That is, of course, local time. And the game on Saturday, that will be a 7:05 puck drop, again, local time. You can catch these games on Flow Sports. And as always, make sure to keep an eye out for Phantom social media for any watch parties that'll be going on at Kensington Golf Club in Canfield. So with that, it is now time for the fan Q&A. Actually, pretty good this week. I really didn't even have to put out a reminder. Everybody kind of filled up the inbox there. Didn't even have to put out a reminder this week. So I was kind of happy about that.
That's a pretty good feeling.
All right. So the first question, what is your favorite memory that you've made this season?
For me, I'll just say it's sentimental for me. And it's, my youngest son's favorite player is Owen Leapak. And Owen Leapak gave him one of his goalie sticks for his birthday. And that was pretty cool to see.
I'm going to say this year, so far, it's been the Kids Day game. I think that was just a really, really great environment this year. It always is, but I think this year was pretty much one of the top 2 or 3. So
I'm going to go way back because honestly, I'm hoping for better memories as the season goes on.
Mm-hmm.
I would go all the way back to main camp. We've said before we record remotely. We're in our own homes, separated from each other when we do this. So main camp is kind of like that one special time of the year that we're all in the same room together. That kind of thing. I think the setup we had this past year was probably the best we ever had. And I mean, I don't know if they appreciated it or not, but I mean, it's a very, the GMs, the coaches, all these guys, it's a very hectic week for them, and just to kind of like pull these guys off to the side and just kind of everybody gets to sit back and relax. You know what I mean? And in some cases almost fall asleep in the middle of an interview. I won't name who that was. But just like a very relaxed atmosphere. Like I said, I think it was probably one of the better setups we had. And again, it's one of those things. I know we've got the rest of this season to look forward to. I mean, that's already something in the back of my head. I'm already like looking forward to and planning for, this coming off season. But again, I'm going that far back because I'm hoping for better memories by the time this season's over.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of it. This question is from Eve. She asks, I see the Stars and Stampede and now the Dubuque Fighting Saints are clinched for a playoff spot. And thank you for using clinched and not clenched. 2 completely different meanings to those words. What does it take for a team to get a clinched spot in the playoffs? So basically, the easiest way to explain this is you have 8 teams in a conference. The top 6 are going to the playoffs. So you're looking at those bottom 2 teams. Right now, that is Team USA and Chicago. Chicago, I believe, Chicago in 8th place. Sorry. Chicago in last place in the conference. So you're looking at those last 2 teams. Another thing you're going to hear right now is the magic number. And basically, that is the amount of points gained or points not earned by another team to put you in a playoff position. So basically, right now, they're saying, right now, the Youngstown's magic number is 3. Youngstown has 67 points on the season. So if you look at Chicago in last place, right now they have 37 points. They have 11 games remaining. So they have, if they won all 11 of those games, that's 22 points. That gives them 59 for the season. That is still less than what Youngstown has. If Chicago wins every game the rest of the season and Youngstown wins none, Chicago cannot jump above Youngstown. So Youngstown's record is good enough. They cannot be last in the conference. So then it comes down to the 7th spot, which right now is Team USA. Team USA currently has 39 points. They have 59 games remaining, or 15 games remaining. If this part of the season, it feels like it. So Team USA has a maximum of 30 points they can gain. So if Team USA wins all their remaining games, Youngstown loses all their remaining games, Team USA would actually have more points than Youngstown. Team USA would be at 69. Youngstown would be at 67. So basically, that's where it comes in, where Youngstown's magic number is 3. If Youngstown wins on Friday, they get 2 points. That magic number goes down to 1.
Mm-hmm.
If Team USA loses or they lose in overtime, basically any point they do not get also counts towards that number. So if Team USA were to lose in overtime, that's a point that they lost. There's your 3 points. Youngstown clinches a playoff spot.
Yep.
So basically, it's getting enough points that you cannot fall, that no matter what happens, you cannot fall to 7th or 8th place. Now, this is just, now when they're saying this, they're just saying you qualify for the playoffs. The seeding will be determined, by the end of the season, who has how many points, blah, blah, blah. But as far as just clinching a playoff spot and guaranteeing that you will be in the playoffs, hopefully you understood any of that. I mean, I can't really think of any simpler way to break that down.
I was going to say, I don't think I could explain it any better.
Yeah.
I'm sure I could explain it worse.
Yeah, you just basically you just need enough points that if you lost every game for the rest of the season, you would not finish 7th or 8th place. As long as you reach that point, then you have clinched a playoff spot. This next question is for the podcast guys, so I guess that's us. Who else were you sending this question to? This person asks, what is your favorite puck or Phantoms memorabilia that you own? And then put in, love the show. Well, thank you. Assuming you're talking to the podcast guys. All right. Dan, what is your favorite puck or Phantoms memorabilia that you own?
No, I think it's, I have jerseys and everything else, but I think my favorite thing I have is the championship puck that they got at the Clark Cup Finals won, signed by the team at the party afterwards. I think that's my favorite. Gives me good thoughts when I look at it and see it every day. So that's mine.
I guess mine, I think the nameplates from the outdoor game, the ones that they put on the lockers, the Phantoms went all out and had some really nice ones made up for the players.
They were aluminum. They weren't plastic.
Yeah. And I was lucky enough to get a couple.
Which two did you get again?
One I won't say. I think the other one was Whitelaw.
One you won't say?
Yeah, he's no longer he left the team.
Was it Kenta?
It was Kenta.
Yeah. Well, you and me both went into the team shop at the same time and bought ours because I ended up with Strathman. I ended up with Andrew Strathman and Shane LaChance. They're blocker plaques from the Cleveland Classic. I have those up. I'm looking at them on my wall right now. I'll go with the and or the or on this. My favorite puck, in line with Dan, is my Clark Cup Finals puck that I have. I had Shane LaChance sign. It's like typically every season I want to get that year's puck signed by whoever the team captain is. I still got to get Colson's for this year. But yeah, that year it was Shane LaChance. So he was the one I wanted to sign my Clark Cup Finals puck. So I have that. Memorabilia again. Dan, you talked about earlier. Your son getting Owen Lepak's stick. I would say the two goalie sticks that I have what I call the Clark Cup set. I have goalie sticks that were signed by both Jacob Fowler and Colin Wynn that they both were kind enough to sign and give to me at the end of their respective seasons. So I have that Clark Cup set of those two goalie sticks signed by them. Honestly, I hate to say it, I might put those a little bit higher than my puck. All right, and the last question here is from Connor. Says, not Phantoms related, but what are your thoughts on the moves the Pittsburgh Penguins made at the trade deadline? I would say right away, signing Chase Patillo to a contract was a big one. You're always kind of iffy about moves the Penguins make. I really like that one. Really looking forward to see what this Patilla kid can bring to the organization.
They also re-signed Ryan Shea.
And Ryan Shea, re-signed Ryan Shea. Neither one of those having anything to do with the trade deadline, though.
No. I mean, I think we're probably all in agreement on this. Banking draft picks is the best thing they can do at this point. A little bit better about the 1, 2, maybe 3 year game plan at this point. A little bit more optimistic on Kyle Dubas at this point. That vote is still out, though.
Yeah. If you look at the Penguins over the past 15, 16 years, they've always mortgaged their future to win now. And that's a great opportunity to be in, but somewhere down the line, that note comes due, and we're in that period right now.
Yeah, it worked for a while, and now it hasn't worked in a while.
Right.
I mean, we've seen this comes in cycles over the years. Yeah. I mean, going back, drafting Mario Lemieux, drafting Crosby, Malkin, Fleury. I mean, it's a cycle, and the Penguins are hopefully not going to be in that bottom end of the cycle for too long.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll say they got 30 picks the next 3 years, and of those 30 picks, 18 of them are in the first 3 rounds. And they got a lot of picks in next year's draft, in 2026 draft, and that is a deep draft. And I am excited to see who they get. I wonder if they're going to package them together and try to go get somebody big, or it's going to take those picks and stockpile the shelves that have been barren for a while. I
would hope they'd go for the latter because their drafts have been pretty bare. I mean, we're talking how many years they hadn't had a first round draft pick. Right now they have 2 coming up in this summer's draft. They have 2 first round draft picks coming up.
And trying to bring in a big name player has not worked out for them. I mean, in the past years, especially if you're not going to give up one of the big three. So
I will not take this slander against Theo Fleury.
Theo Fleury?
I was talking about Jerome Agenwa.
Oh, okay.
No.
Ziggy Palfy.
John Leclerc.
Miroslav Satan. Oh, wait, they won with them. I'm just saying. But yeah, I mean, we've all seen this before. I think we're all definitely in the category of just use it and reload.
Yeah. My take on it, like we've already said, I mean, they added a ton of picks, especially this summer's draft. They didn't give away the farm. Alrighty. Well, as always, thank you everyone for the questions. Please keep them coming in. So that should about do it for this show. We're going to step aside one more time, and on the other side, we'll wrap this all up and look ahead to next week. So keep it here one more time with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
We're back, and that will do it for this edition of the Dump and Chase podcast. Big thanks to this week's guest, Melvin Strahl, as well as all of our listeners for tuning in this week. So on next week's episode, we will be recapping this 2-game series with Sioux Falls, and we will be previewing 2 games out in Nebraska with the Tri-Cities Storm. So as always, you can catch this show every Thursday on Western Reserve Radio at 5 p.m., either on Western Reserve Radio's various platforms, the Western Reserve Radio Facebook page, and the Youngstown Phantoms Facebook page. You can also hear this show in its podcast format on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows. You can find us on social media on Instagram and Facebook. And be sure to check out the official merch shop of the show. That is dcpodshop.com. So to my co-hosts, Dan Conley and Justin Irwin, before we get out of here, any final thoughts?
I mean, I think as excited as the fans were for this interview, I think we were all looking forward to this one the most.
Yeah.
I'm just excited to wear some shorts next week. It's going to be 70 degrees, and I can't wait to get these pasty legs and some sunlight on them.
Ooh, don't tempt fate here with Ohio weather.
So if you see a bright light coming from the Austintown region, Dan stepped outside with some shorts on. Get some sunlight on those dad calves. Alrighty, so as always, hockey is a sport played on ice with sticks and a puck, and our podcast is a thing you just listen to. See ya. Don't wear shorts to upcoming games, or they're going to have to adjust the white balance on the cameras.
What arena was it years ago? Was
Madison.
it Chicago? Madison, yeah.
It was like watching a game on hockey TV at the time was like looking at the surface of the sun.
No, the surface of the sun has a yellow tint.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
VEASAN, the sports betting network. During the SEC tournament, VEASAN expert Steve Makinen says look for this trend. Lines of 7 or more points. The favorites in these games are winning 32-8 straight up and covering at a 60% rate. These games have also gone over the total at a 72% rate. So look for the SEC games with a point spread of 7 or more and bet the favorites and the over. Try VEASAN for free through March 16th. Go to VSIN.com/champweek.
Unlock everything VEASAN has to offer right now for free. Go to VEASAN.com/champweek to register and join VEASAN, the sports betting network. Right now for free. Go to VEASAN.com/champweek to register and join VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Always follow the money. That's what I always say. You always follow the money. Yeah.
This is Follow the Money with Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard on VSiN.
Great moments in history have begun with a question.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
And what kind of hair product does Mitch Moss use? But Follow the Money wants to know.
Do you concur? Concur with what, sir? Do you concur?
I can't believe this. Championship week is even better now because of conference expansion. Wednesday is a big day. Do you concur?
100%. How could I not?
Oh,
right?
Great.
Because now you're talking about some of these conferences playing, some of the teams actually have to play 5 games in 5 days if they were to win their games. So it starts on Wednesday. But that also means that in a conference like the SEC and maybe even the Big Ten, because we have so many teams and the SEC was so loaded this year, you're going to have good teams / good games already on Wednesday. So yes, it's even better than before.
Yep. All right. The 49ers will be lucky to have a winning record and go 9-8. Do you concur?
I can tell you this right now. If this version of the 49ers had last year's schedule with the rest disadvantage in who they played and when they played them, I would have bet them to have the worst record in the NFL. The problem is, outside of their division, they get Atlanta, Carolina, Jacksonville, Tennessee, and Chicago at home this year. On the road, they play Cleveland, Houston, Indy, the Saints, the Giants, and Tampa Bay.
That helps them a lot.
So they have
Last place schedule?
Yeah. Super easy schedule in terms of the competition. But I don't even know, Paul. Like, are they going to have enough talent overall to win more than 9 games? I would say unlikely. I think they can finish 3rd, 4th place in that division.
Absolutely. And maybe at the bottom. Rodgers to the Vikings is great for the league. Do you concur?
I would ask.
I might be asking the wrong guy, but I think you'd be objective.
No, you're asking the right guy here, okay. I think.
Well, just because of the Packers thing, but that's...
Well, no, because I grew up in that state.
Yeah.
Like, I when I was younger, I loved Green Bay. I hated Minnesota. I think this would be amazing. How is this not great for the league?
Favre part 2.
Set aside how much, you might individually hate Aaron Rodgers, right? Because his shtick and his act has gotten way old at this point. But I'm talking about, like, just on the field, if McCarthy's not ready with the makeup of that team and that coach, I think the Vikings are a true contender next year with him.
Got you. I also think Pittsburgh's fine too.
They're fine.
How would that work with Art and with Metcalf and Pickens? I mean, imagine Pickens yelling at him. He's not going to allow that. I mean, that could be wild.
Right.
And then Tomlin, how's he going to handle it? And then the first time he's on McAfee and says something crazy, what will Tomlin do? Either way, it's great. Big Eyes was on a couple of days ago on HBO. I watched a little bit of it with Waltz and Amy Adams. Not bad. True story. Christopher Waltz is a top 5 actor.
Current day?
Yeah. Do you concur?
Well, I would say that his performances were so good in Django Unchained.
Yep,
and also Inglourious Bastards. So good.
He wrote the part. He didn't think anyone could play the role, so he was going to get rid of the character. I think if I read that right with Tarantino.
I think there's a crazy background story to it. I think Waltz has been on like Conan O'Brien or whatever and told the story before.
Oh yeah,
I think that's correct. Yeah, yeah.
I can't believe how good he was in those 2 movies.
Oh, he's so good in those 2 movies that you can't. I don't need. He's one of my favorite characters ever in Django Unchained.
Yes,
he's so good.
Right.
But I also love Tarantino. Yep. So the fact like it's going to be a Tarantino and then Christoph Waltz combination, tough to beat to me.
Uh-huh.
You think he's top 5?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He is an incredible actor, no doubt. Michael Malone was correct in his MVP assessment the other night, that if you look at player A and player B, and you tell people who are voting that player A is not the 3-time champ and the guy averaging a triple-double has got to win the MVP. If you don't agree, you're full of bleep. Do you concur?
No, I do concur. I mean, an SGA was awesome again last night. I have many thoughts on this. One of which is if voters actually give SGA the MVP, and it's been trading that way for a while, don't be afraid to give him Defensive Player of the Year as well, because his overall numbers suggest that he actually maybe could be or should be the Defensive Player of the Year. He's been that good. But overall, I saw some numbers last night with the Nuggets supporting cast around Joker. They all have a positive net rating when they're on the court with him, obviously, and they're like super high, super positive. Every single player, when Joker's off the court, they go to a negative net rating. The numbers don't lie. They tell you the story, right?
Yeah.
SGA is a wonderful player, having, a like fairy tales kind of season.
Mm-hmm.
Two-way player, sensational. The Thunder are an amazing basketball team. They have put together, it's like 10 deep when they're fully healthy.
Out of all the great tweets and accomplishments we read yesterday, did we mention that he had a triple-double early in the third quarter and then had another triple-double?
We brought that up earlier in the week.
Okay.
But not yesterday, yeah.
That's just, come on.
Yeah, he had one like 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, triple-double, and after that he had another one in the same game. Yeah, it went to overtime. I don't care. I mean,
two triple-doubles in a game.
If you think about it, he's won the MVP 3 times, should be 4, and he is having the best year of his career, maybe not even close. And you could argue that he's having, I don't think, can you argue this? He's
good for him to say it, too. That's him saying I should win the award in his own way.
Right.
I'm playing the best ball of my life.
He also, and you had this the other day when you said no other player has ever been in the top 20 in all these categories, and he's top 10.
Yeah.
Isn't he having the best, like out of stats, the best offensive season in the history of the league? What would we be saying 10 years ago if LeBron was putting up these numbers?
Yeah.
And the Cavaliers or the Heat, whatever, were the 2 seed.
Mm-hmm. Concur.
So the Timberwolves, though, they beat Joker last night and the Nuggets, and they look great in doing so. They can at least make the Western Conference Finals. Do you concur?
I saw Pat by the River tweet at us today, too. I took his advice. I took the 35-1. They've won 11 in a row in Randall Place. You called it yesterday. Total domination. I know it was a tough spot for Denver. They have their number.
Yeah.
I know I'm concerned about OKC winning a big game. And I'll tell you this, it happens all the time. Westbrook will take the bait, because he always does. Come playoff time, they're going to leave him wide open. And they're going to say, remember the great episode when George wears the toupee? And then Elaine yells at him, "Your ball!" I mean, it's like, you're open a reason. And he takes the bait every single time. they want him to shoot because he can't shoot. And he's going to get the ego, and then he'll go 2 of 11. And then on the one time he makes it, he'll look at you can't leave me open.
Yeah, sure.
Can't do that. And he'll start trying. It's like, you're 2 of 11. You read the rule. I mean, the guy's incredible. But he'll take the bait. People will pack the paint, make him beat you. Westbrook will take it upon himself with his ego, and it'll be Brick City, USA, and Denver could be going home.
I had somebody reach out to me probably a couple of weeks back, and they said it's time now to bet on the Timberwolves. They bet over 50-1 to win the West.
Oh, good number.
I didn't do it at the time, but I did it last night watching the game. I got 40-1 on it. I had
Good
to.
job. And the schedule's a joke.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. They, by the way, they match up. They played OKC really well in those 3 games. They clearly have an edge here against Denver. And, we have a buddy, John, who watched all their games, has their entire existence. He said, you can't trust the Wolves against Charlotte on a Tuesday night. Right?
Yes.
But when you disrespect them and it's like a top 10 team, that's when they're going to give you the A game. And I told Von Tobel about this last night too, JVT here on the network, and he said that they have awesome numbers against top 10 teams in the league. On that note, and by the way, this Texas A&M game is awesome right now. A&M just took a 1-point lead on a 71-70. Texas scores here to make it 72-71, and they are playing with under 40 seconds to play now in the game.
Who's ball? A&M ball?
Is that N1?
Back and forth.
That might be an N1 here for the Longhorns.
They're $1.95 in play.
And Texas A&M was just minus 210.
What a back and forth.
Awesome with the lead changes. So we'll keep you updated on that game. The Celtics will not repeat by shooting 50-plus threes every single game. Do you concur?
1,000% concur. You can win a game. You can win a series. You're not winning 12, 16 games that way. Not going to happen. I like what Bill Simmons tweeted last night. Look in the mirror. Stop doing that. It's not the right way to do things, and that's just ego, and that's also being stubborn, and the shots are going to fall, and if you're open, keep taking them. That's outrageous to do that. Against the number 1 defensive team from 3 in the league, by the way, as well.
That's right.
So
you're settling at that point.
Yep.
You're too good offensively.
I watched the game. They're contested. Yep. It's one if they're wide open, okay. But coming down early in the shot clock, several times hand in the face, guy right there, they're bad shots.
This won't happen, I'm guessing, because Missoula, constructed this offense to be like this hyper. They need to have a sit down.
No doubt.
They need to watch film and say, guys, I get it. We're all very good. Y'all love shooting the 3. When you're hitting them, we can't be beat. We can't do this. Got to knock it off.
All right. Good job. All right, A&M tied it.
Yep.
This is wild.
Got a basket tied at 73, 28 seconds left. So they had the ball. Were they going for they were. They were going to try to get he's fouled too.
Oh, no.
Wow. 73 apiece, 31.6 seconds left.
God.
They're now minus 195 to go in play.
He just rushed the rack and he got the and one?
Yep.
Come on.
We've seen that now a couple of times. Same thing happened in the Arkansas game at the end against Ole Miss. They're up by 3 points, followed the shooter for a layup, and then they tied it up with the N1.
Oh, what a game. You can't do stuff like that. Just maybe make up your mind, right? Either foul the guy and don't let him get the shot off and let him knock on the free throws, or you just let him go in. And
you give him the dunk, you give him the lay-in.
Come on.
Well, they're going to have...
he must have missed it because Texas is favored now to win the game.
Are they? Okay. So we're looking right now at the DraftKings live odds, and it is absolutely ahead of the TV play that we have here. Okay. Wild one going on in the SEC. We'll update you. Maybe it goes to overtime on that game and others to come yet tonight on Follow the Money. It's VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
With the Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr. A New York federal jury found that Lululemon infringed Nike's utility patents covering knit sneakers and ordered Lululemon to pay Nike $355,000 in damages. Nike's complaint claimed Lululemon got a head start in its foray into athletic footwear by ripping off patented Flyknit technology. It's not yet spring, and major golf brands have already been releasing their sexiest item in their arsenal, the driver, the big stick, the big dog, the hammer. When they went from wood to metal, modern drivers have undergone a continuous engineering to become both incredibly light and incredibly strong, allowing players to hit the ball higher, straighter, and farther than ever. The development of drivers has become an expensive process, with average prices rising to over $600 due to complex materials, computer science investments, and manufacturing processes. With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
AL MVP. He missed those games last year and still had 30 homers. That's the thing. We know he can hit. We know he's not going to run, so you have to make that trade-off. He's kind of like Jordan Alvarez, but with a little bit worse of a batting average. And I like him from an MVP standpoint. I think I'd throw a little sprinkle there. I think that there's some fun involved with him.
Prop Points, weekdays at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
Here's the game reset. College basketball SEC conference tournament. Texas and Texas A&M tied at 73. They're going to overtime. And A&M is favored by 1.5. They're higher than minus 150 to win the game outright. Texas had a lead for a majority of that game. They're plus 120 to win it. Wade Taylor IV has 25 points for A&M. He has 3 fouls. They have one other player with 4 fouls. Garcia in Washington fouled out for Texas A&M. Garcia started today, and he had 13 points and 10 rebounds. He's no longer available to play. Looking at the Texas side, starters, Pope and Mark, they have 4 fouls each. And Weaver off the bench fouled out of the game. He had 10 points and 6 rebounds in that contest. A&M did hold Trey Johnson to 15 points in regulation on 6 of 18 shooting. And he has, phenomenal numbers overall. One of the best freshmen scorers at a Power 5 ever to play. And now A&M has taken a 74-73 lead at the free throw line. Any interest here in the Longhorns?
No. They blew it.
They're plus 2.5 now for the game.
Yep. They had their chance. They had a nice lead. They were controlling it most of the game. And, they let this one get away. I think A&M's going to win the game.
That total was 130. Yeah. Okay, it was in the mid-130s, so it went over before overtime anyway.
Okay, what's Boise State doing? They were down 10.
This is from good tweet from BJ Rains, who has covered the team for, he said, 12 years. He cannot recall seeing them ever doing something like this. The Broncos have taken 25. This is at the time of the tweet. I'll get the updated box score in a second. They've taken 25 shots, 20 of them from 3. That's the Celtics from last night. Updated, they have taken 26 shots now, still 20 of them from 3. They've made 5 of them. So is that part of the game plan? I got to be honest, I have not really been watching the game in its entirety.
I told you.
Is San Diego State just leaving them open?
Yeah, I told you in the first meeting, last meeting, they were 3 of 18 from 3. And you're at 31% from 3 on the season With Burke away from home, I think Burke's write-up was today,
right,
on the website. That's just being stubborn, and it's ridiculous. And why your season could be over here. I mean, it's not working.
No, find out something else to do here.
Yeah, but if it's not falling, I mean, if you're talking about some of the all-time greats, okay, like Curry, yes, Thompson, okay, if you have the pedigree, but if you're Boise State or like an average NBA player, it's not your night.
Right.
Do something else. Attack. Get someone else involved. And look at this.
I remember
you're down 11. You got 22 points with a minute left until halftime.
14-3 run here now by San Diego State. The updated live wagering total is 133.5. Boise State scores here to make it 33-25.
They just hit another. They took another three.
Took another one and they hit it. So they have 58 combined points here, and the total is 135.5, only 2 points down from the original number. Well, this would be, again, the reason why I didn't bet it at 134.5 under. I liked it, but not enough to fire a bet on it. This is going to be the ultimate team that's going to be falling down 12 in the second half. Boise. Because this might be it. They're going to do whatever they can to try to win this game.
It is it.
One would think, right?
You're done. You're done if you lose this game.
Is it enough if they win this game that they're in?
I got to see what happens around the country and then the rest of the tournaments, the weekend with bid thieves and that. So, well, they made another three.
Another three, okay.
Down 5 at halftime.
That's why you keep shooting, Paulie.
That's right. They're going to go in. They're coming down every time. One pass, bam, shoot the three. One. Oh, so what's now 29 shots, 22 from three? Is that where we're at?
Yeah. I'm actually tempted to play the over at 133.5 now. Based on everything we just said. They're not going to go away lightly. They might be down by 15 with 2 minutes to go following and put San Diego State at the free throw line.
I understand the Aztecs, too. It's like they're shooting from the parking lot. It's like, okay, you want to take that, be my guest.
Yeah.
And a couple of them just went in. A&M ready to run out Texas. They're up 5.
And now they're going to cover the game, huh?
Oh, boy.
They are currently 4.5 in play, and they're minus 1,000 to win the game. Texas 6-1.
What do you do with Texas, assuming they lose this game? Lenardi had them first team out of the tournament.
Well, then if he gets about one game wrong or one team wrong every year.
Yep.
Is that right?
That's it.
Maybe that would be the one team. And then who, like,
you're running out of teams, though. This is also good news for San Diego if they win tomorrow. They win tomorrow, they're in their title game, but then you're talking about a team that's won 27 of the last 29 games. You're going to keep them out?
I'm going to pull up the overall Texas resume as we speak. Because you can bet on this, by the way, at some books still.
He was saying it's too many losses. I saw him earlier today. He's saying it's too many losses if they lose this game. Can't do it. Committee won't take it.
They're, before this game, 41st in net rankings, 18-14 overall, and 6-9 in quad one games. Is that...
Well, you compare it to Xavier, who's 1-11. I mean, that's...
Also North Carolina.
That's true. 2-11.
So, right, we hear that argument all the time.
Yep. Indiana lost and were blown out.
Yeah, a team like UC Irvine, UC San Diego, they don't have the quad. They don't play the quad one teams. So, and they purposely don't schedule on that like that. People will say, but Carolina had 11 chances, 12 chances. They have one win. And so, if you're going to use that against like San Diego, then don't you have to kind of use it against North Carolina when they put in a team like against Texas, right? Carolina had all those chances. They won one quad one game. Texas has 6.
This is getting juicy. But they're getting good news. Because if you first 4 out, Texas going to lose. Ohio State lost, season over. Boise State losing. Colorado State plays later tonight. 5-point favorite. Next 4 out, Dayton, Irvine. So if I lose to them, it's not a bad loss.
Well, what? No, also, but what if Irvine? What if all these teams keep losing and Irvine, in a 1-point game, loses to UC San Diego in the title game?
Yeah. Then Wake. Well, they lost. I forget it. Then Nova. And they're big dogs tonight.
Yeah, they are.
We're running out of teams here.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't have bit thieves, and if Utah State's an 8.5-point favorite, Arkansas lost a close game. They're fine. I mean, Vandy's already in on the last 4 buys. I have no other teams to put in.
I know.
Unless someone's way back and comes out of nowhere, this is making a great case and really helping out San Diego.
Get you a second half number here on the Boise State game. It's a tough game to figure out because are they going to keep shooting that many threes? Like, is that the deal?
Yeah. What are they going to put up, 70? 69 and a half? I think that's what I have. 72 and a half here at Circa.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It was an ugly the last 10 minutes. But the Aztecs had a big lead, so now cutting half down to 5. Still waiting for George Washington to run out for them. Bet them, like them before the game. Just played for them, buried them. They're up 10 with 14 minutes left. They were up 9 at halftime and laying 1.5 in the second half.
Yep. All right, so now's your chance. Yep. You loved San Diego State. You took them up with the points and also on the money line?
Mm-hmm.
Boise State.
I didn't get 2.5 though. I took 1 and 2. And
okay.
It kept going up.
Boise State's 2.5 for the second half. Down by 5.
Yeah.
You want to take a little bit of that? Win both bets?
I'm going to sit and watch.
Boise State is minus 180 to win the second half. They're minus 180 on the second half money line. I got to tell you, again, if I knew right now that Leon Rice is going to tell them at halftime.
What's the halftime message?
Right?
I was just going to ask you.
If he's going to say, keep shooting 3 guys, you take that many, they're going to keep going in, I would take San Diego State. San Diego State, just to win the second half, is plus 155. And you have that scenario like we talked about. Boise knows they have to have this game to probably get in the tournament. They're going to keep fouling. If San Diego State hits their free throws, maybe easier said than done. That's, I don't mind that. There's no, why can San Diego State not win this game by 10 to 15 points?
No one in foul trouble for them. They only turned it over 5 times. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, you're making a good case.
San Diego State shot 48% from the floor. Boise only shot 31%, but again, that's because they took 23 threes in the first half. My goodness. All right, Texas has cut it to 1 now, so suddenly the A&M money line went from minus 1,500 to minus 395. A minute to go in overtime. Fun action, man.
I don't know what they're going to do on Sunday, but there's always controversy. But I would hope they would take 1 mid-major, and we know St. Mary's is in, so that's not really.
Wait,
that's a given. I think they could get 1 mid-major here with San Diego, considering all these teams are losing.
Texas is almost 3-1 on the money line. You get 1 stop.
That's right.
And take a timeout.
Go to the basket.
That number completely changes. Aaron Moore on the show up next. He was tracking the Duke future odds live during the Cooper Flag injury earlier today and the Wooden Award numbers as well. He'll give you an update on both next.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take 1.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. But they could be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments, it doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
From every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
A developing situation in Nashville, SEC Conference Tournament, Texas A&M. It was 79-77 Aggies. Final possession for the Longhorns, and I got to tell you, they got an A-plus look, great pass, easy dunk. They tied up at 79, and then A&M had a look for 3 at the gun. What happened, Paul?
He came in, good-looking, wide-open look, airballed it. I saw as high as 2,000 in play.
Yep.
On A&M in overtime.
And now we're going to double overtime.
Double OT. They're $1.35 now.
Wow.
What a comeback.
No, it's been, the entire game's been like this. All right, we head out here to the Progressive guest line as VSiN contributor Aaron Moore joins the program now. Aaron, you're very good on college basketball, and unfortunately for Duke earlier today, the story of the day, in fact, has been the Cooper Flagg injury. He went down. It did not look pretty. People thought immediately that he broke his ankle. Not that bad. X-rays came back negative. You were paying attention live to Duke's future odds and also the Wooden Award odds. What did you notice at that time?
Yeah, Mitch, I think that was a pretty interesting part of the game today. Had no action in the Duke game, but obviously when Flagg goes down, that has massive ripple effects. So I go on the apps and look to see what happens. And what I saw on FanDuel is one of the more unique situations of betting. I don't think I've ever seen it before. So if you remember, before the game, Duke was a plus 325 and Auburn was about plus 330 to win the national championship. As soon as Flagg goes down, I look on FanDuel, the line for Duke jumped to 7-1, jumped up dramatically to 7-1. And I'm looking at that and saying that's an overreaction and I got to get something on it. So I really wasn't able to get too much on it. The wheels were spinning and finally it ends up at 6-1. And that was there for probably about 5-10 minutes. And then when they showed him coming back onto the court, all of a sudden it went back to plus 330. So now you have around both teams, Auburn and Duke, around 330. Some places have them as high as plus 350. But it was so interesting to see that line move as much as it did.
Okay, Aaron, hang tight. We're going to try to reconnect. Poor connection at the time. So if you cannot make out what he was saying, again, he's paying attention live. The book moved Duke to up 7-1. And then he tried to get down on it. It spun for a while. They gave him a little bit on it, moved to 6-1. They saw him come back on the court, and they moved him basically back down to plus 350. My question would be, there's no rush if you're the sports book here. You can let it breathe for a half an hour or 2 hours or a day. You don't have to repost the numbers, do you?
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
But if you do repost it at 7-1, why are your wheels spinning? Take a bet.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I mean, 7-1, Paul, at the time, well, knowing what we know right now, clearly an overreaction.
Yeah. Just because he's coming back, you still don't know his status. Okay, so they tape the ankle up, and he sits down, but he's not coming back into the game. And then we still don't know his status. He'll probably play next week, but you still don't know at that point what's going to happen either. So you are right where you could say you can let it breathe and don't throw anything up yet.
Sure. So, Aaron, you were saying that they moved Duke to 7-1. I guess credit them for leaving it up and not pulling it for a long time. But then again, like, take a bet if you're going to leave it up there. And then what else? What did you notice with the odds for the Wooden Award?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. A little technical problem. So very interesting. Same thing happens with the Wooden Award. Before the game, it is flag minus 250. That number had settled in. And as soon as he got injured and I looked at the national championship odds, then I go over to the Wooden Award, and now it's minus 250 for Broom. That literally one favorite went minus 250, and they flip it to the other favorite now at minus 250. Thought it was crazy. There's no reason to play that. That was more of just observing it. And now it's settled back in. You have flag minus 195, Broom plus 150. It's just interesting looking at it. And I think that one of the main takeaways I have from this FanDuel Cooper Flag injury change is there had to be a human element involved with this. This had to be a person changing these lines so dramatically. That's not an algorithm. That's somebody looking at Cooper Flag in a wheelchair and literally changing the odds so dramatically.
You're spot on. I will say, are the odds currently up on the Wooden Award at those prices?
Yeah, that's what it's at FanDuel right now, minus 195 for Flag, Broom plus 150.
Boy, okay. So I've said my piece about this award. I have both guys at plus money. I was just going to get out of it and be happy with whatever decision. At this stage of the game, is Broom worth a bet?
I'm not sure if it's worth a bet. Plus 150, it's still a little iffy. But what I do think is interesting, so many of us have these different bets for the Wooden Award that if you look at what the voting is for the Wooden Award, the voting takes place between the 10th through the 24th of March. So you're going to look at what happens now with Broom in the SEC tournament. I don't think there's any way in hell Flag plays in the ACC tournament. Not worth it. So what you have is Broom over the SEC tournament, and then it's going to take into account the first round of the NCAA tournament. So I think if you have Broom and you got him at a higher number, I think you're alive, and certainly you could look at this optimistically. I don't know if I want to get in this late because this has been so subjective. The lines have changed dramatically. It's as if bettors and bookmakers don't know who's going to win this.
Very good. Excellent breakdown. Interesting in terms with the voting and then what voters could do and if he plays in the first or second round. How about some plays tonight? Let's start with a total 6 o'clock Pacific out here, Mountain West, Colorado State against Nevada.
Yeah, Paulie, I'm taking the over 137.5 in this game. And we know Colorado State coming into this game is hot. They've won 7 straight games. Well, look at what they're doing over those 7 straight games. They've averaged 80 points. So I like it. I like what their offense is doing. Now that they're going to go play Nevada, a team that likes to play slow, and we think that's the the way Steve Alford's group does it. Well, these guys played earlier, and it was 79-71 Colorado State, so they were able to push that total up. And I do think it's interesting, if we're betting these conference tournaments, we have to see what happens the game before and make some assumptions on this. And that slow Nevada team, well, they beat Fresno 86-71. So I think you're going to play a little bit more offensively, a little faster in these conference tournament games. I don't think Nevada has a legitimate chance of winning it. So maybe these guys want to play a little bit faster, shoot a little bit more than they did during the regular season.
A first half under in Atlantic City, Mount St. Mary's and Marist.
So I'm sure many people are dying to bet the Marist Mount St. Mary's game, and I'm one of them. I'm taking the first half under 58.5. Now that sounds like a crazy low total, which it is, but you have to look at these two teams. They play very slow. They're very defensive minded. So I'm taking the first half under 58.5 here, so I don't deal with free throws during the second half. I think it's going to be a competitive game. Now let's look at what these two teams did earlier. They played the last game of the regular season, 62-51 Mount St. Mary's, 52 points in the first half of that game. So I heard Stanford Steve earlier talking about how the Big East used to be first half unders because it was physical. The refs wouldn't blow the whistle. Well, I'm telling you, that is what's going on in the MAC tournament. I wrote about this for VSiN.com, that this tournament is dominated by officials not really blowing the whistle and letting physical play go. And why I like this first half under for such a low number is Marist and Mount St. Mary's both want to play physical. They don't want a lot of whistles. You're not going to see the two coaches lobbying for more calls. This is exactly the way they want to play. And I think when we look at games and conference tournaments where one team wants to play the other style, we have to handicap it. Who can win with style? Well, these two teams are going to play physical. They're going to play slow. So I think they're on the same page there in the first half.
Awesome stuff, Aaron. You can follow him on X at Pub Relations Prof. We appreciate the time. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys. Good luck to you.
Back at you. There you go. Great observations with the Cooper Flag stuff today on the Wooden Award and also the Duke numbers as well. This game is nuts. Texas A&M. This is why today and this week, this whole month is so outstanding. I thought it was going to be tough to top BYU and Iowa State as the game of the day. Texas and Texas A&M may have done so. Now the Longhorns lead 89-85. And they're minus $8 to win outright.
Yeah. They were just 1-10. That's too high. You get a score and a stop,
right?
You're right there. And Texas just did the same thing. So they were down bigger than that in overtime. That's why it was A&M 2000. But again, some of these money lines are too high in play.
What does Tennessee open against the winner of this game tomorrow?
Yeah.
They're playing a double overtime doozy. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe a triple overtime game.
Uh-huh.
And oh, by the way, this probably means that the games are also going to get pushed back now, right? Because we have Mississippi State and Missouri.
That Oklahoma game's going to go way late.
That'll probably start at like 10 o'clock Eastern tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, just action upon action for 12, 13, 14 hours every day. You can't top it. In-pocket plays. We'll recap our bets from last night, tell you what we're betting today and this week coming up here on VSiN.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is...
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired, Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
To the stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
Of last year, that your two quarterbacks were going to be Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, you would have thrown up. If you love turnovers and bouncing passes in the dirt, you've got your guys, your quarterback competition. This is not exactly Montana v. Young here with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones.
Make it rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the sports betting network.
An algorithm to determine the winner of any given college basketball game.
Someone gives you 10,000 to 1 on anything. You take it. Take it. Take it.
I bet you $20 I can get you gambling before the end of the day. No way. I'll give you 3 to 1 odds. Nope. 5 to 1. Nope. 10 to 1. You're on.
All right. Winner with Oklahoma outright. They were great against Georgia and punched their ticket. Baylor, easy, but couldn't complete the money line parlay as Ohio State lost to Iowa, who played a great game. And a good job by Iowa to knock Ohio State out. Celtics also at home a loser, taking 63s. Didn't envision that. Ridiculous. And OKC and SGA were great. Aztecs +1, it got to 2.5. They were up 11. Then Boise had a 15-0 run. And now the Aztecs have come back to take a 4-point lead against Boise. Luka over 3.5 made threes tonight in the TNT game. Bucks up to 7 in that one. No Hachimura, no LeBron. Luka off the triple-double. He's going to take a lot of threes tonight. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has 35 points or more tonight. Oklahoma, +6.5 against Kentucky. Mitch is right. This will probably tip at 10:30 Eastern now. We're still in double overtime. Texas A&M. I'm with Bruce. Cal Baptist 5.5 against Tarleton. All their issues on the road, and Baptist just spanked them in the last meeting not that long ago. Same thing with Northridge, who took out Santa Barbara. They're 3.5 tonight out here. North Carolina catching 8.5 against Duke tomorrow. Tomorrow night, ACC semis. Wisconsin laying 1 against UCLA. All their issues out of the Pacific time zone. And BYU Houston, great semifinal, Big 12. Good scene. They showed the barbecue several times during the game and the setup there. Excellent around the arena. going over 134.5. BYU and Houston.
All right. By the way, Texas A&M, double overtime. Texas took a 92-89 lead. A&M just had a solid, clean look for a three. It went up the side of the iron. Texas got the rebound. A&M fouled, so now the Longhorns are up by 4, shooting another free throw. Up, make it 5. 12 seconds to go.
What a win. Oh, what a game. What a win.
Phenomenal game.
We're buried in overtime.
Yep.
Oh,
totally dead and buried. Okay, so recapping the plays here. McDaniels over 22.5 points, rebounds, and assists. That's another winner. He's been so good for the Timberwolves. I think that's like almost double-digit games in a row where he's gone over the PRAs. Earlier today, I put this on the website at vsin.com. BYU plus a 3 against Iowa State. I thought that was going to be the game of the day. You know what? It probably still was, although A&M and Texas double overtime hold my beer. But BYU and Iowa State was so good.
It was. To set several records in that game?
Yeah.
For what they did. Most points in regulation, and then that's astonishing. Most combined made threes in a tournament game. There was still 10 minutes left.
The golf bets at the players, not so hot. Michael Kim, bad first round, top 40, even money. And Hideki, you know what? I'm not gonna throw this one in the dumpster yet, but he started off, I think he was 6 over at one point.
Was he?
Yeah, and he got to 2.
Any water?
I did not watch his round. I was watching the main feed and not his feed specifically. But from what I understand, it was a miracle that he was at like 3 over at one point. He was playing so poorly. So to come back and save his round to get the 2 over for the day, maybe top 20 still alive. I'm not going to hold my breath. Plays that we have coming up. USC and Purdue over 148. I'm with you, Paulie. I bet North Carolina plus 8.5 tomorrow against Duke. I got Oklahoma and Kentucky over 161. That number's gone against me. That has come down since then. I also got Oklahoma plus 6.5 tonight. I bet that. And I you know what? I didn't tell Luke about this. My bad there. But I did also bet the Houston game over tomorrow, 134.5.
All right. Excited to watch this when we get off the air. Iowa, Illinois is 15-15, 6 minutes in.
Updated total, 171.5.
Eliminate all the fake handicappers who are pitching fake records. Juice Reel bringing transparency to the picks marketplace. All Juice Reel betting accounts are synced with the betting history directly from the books. No hiding those bad records. Juice Reel ranks every bettor based on their actual record, and sharps get paid even when others follow their picks. Check it out for yourself and download the app. Promo code Let's Go. Get $25 in free app currency that you can use to check out with the best handicappers on Juice Reel or betting. Free in the App Store. Download it. Get it today. Juice Reel. REEL. Download Juice Reel today.
Here's some breaking news in the NBA. De'Aaron Fox had 32, 11 assists and 9 rebounds last night in a win against Dallas. Moments ago, they ruled him out for the rest of the year. They are currently... They have in the lottery, they have their own pick, and they have they're projected to pick 10th right now based on the ping pong balls.
Okay.
What if they shock the world again?
Oh boy.
Right? They did to get Wemby. Yeah. And now a couple years later, if missing the playoffs this year, the Wemby injury, now Fox, they're not going to make the playoffs. They get their overall pick in that first round, and they land it, and they take Cooper Flegg.
There's several scenarios like that.
How pissed off do you think people will be?
Yep.
If the ping pong balls bounce their way yet again.
Yep.
And, the Washington Wizards of the world and specifically the Charlotte Hornets.
That's your big boy.
Oh, they're just going to be screaming from the mountaintops, man.
Yep. Paul George should probably shut him down, too.
No,
he's talking to doctors.
They already said, reports came out today, the Sixers are going to try to trade him.
Oh, God. What do you, for what? With that contract?
If I'm the GM of any other team, I would laugh the Sixers off the phone.
Absolutely.
But, it happens every year in the NBA. Somebody makes a dumb decision, so I wouldn't be surprised there.
Mm-hmm.
Boise State up to a 2-point lead. Good second half. Again, a gamer runs here. That's kind of been the story of today's action as well. You look down, San Diego State suddenly leads 39-35, and there's a 6-0 run by Boise to take a 2-point lead. So in play, they're favored by 2.5. Total is 134.5. That was exactly where the pregame total was.
God, huge 14 minutes here. Huge. Loser probably out. Definitely if it's Boise. I would think, based on what's happened the last 2 days, the winner's in too. I think that's enough for Boise, assuming there's no bid thieves. But we've
had a lot of carnage today.
Yes.
Boise now 9 of 29 from 3-point land.
What are they doing?
What did they have at halftime? What do we say?
23 attempts in the first half.
So they've taken 6 in the first 5 minutes here. Yeah, they're taking...
I've only seen a couple possessions, but it was one pass, shoot, one pass, come down, shoot, bomb 3, bomb 3.
So that's so far, I mean, based on how many threes they've taken and how many minutes have been played in this game, they are taking more than a 3 per minute.
I don't get it.
It's a lot.
You were 3 of 18 in the last meeting, but then again, you have the lead, but the Aztecs aren't lighting it up. 174.5 the total now, Iowa, Illinois.
Oh, they keep scoring.
21-21, 8 minutes in. Oh, this is going to be good.
Illinois 8.5 live.
Yeah,
Iowa 3-1. Is this going to be the game of the day?
Yeah, maybe. You're right. It's going to be hard to top BYU, Iowa State, but this could do it.
Imagine that the fellas tonight following us on primetime, Murray and Von Tobel, they're talking about this game live following us, and it turns out to be better than the BYU game.
Yep. Could this be this year's NC State? Win one for Fran. May have had this one dead wrong.
Gig?
Maybe I had this
Final
one
Four?
dead wrong.
You want to?
No, not that far. They sneak in. Not that they go that far.
You could probably find Iowa to make the Final Four right now. And then the company's going to come in and drug test you 3 seconds after the show's over with.
They have the lead. Yeah. This is great.
Anything? We haven't really talked about Miss State and Missouri.
I like Missouri. I don't know. What do you think? It's only 3.5. Miss State. I mean, it's so hard though with this conference.
I'm the kind of person who loves Missouri at home.
Okay.
And then when they're kind of away from home, I don't really want to be on them. But, the total is 157.5 here. If this game is played in the 80s, not a single person will be shocked.
Oh!
What do you got now?
The Tennessee number's out. What do you make Tennessee?
Against Texas? Well, Texas A&M was 6.5 today? So it's going to be 9.5?
It's 10.5 and 132.
10.5 in the game.
Wow.
Might be baked in that they just played a double overtime game, and that's going to be 3 games in 3 days.
They're kids. Ready to go. Let's do it.
I know.
The AAU ball, how many games they play in a day?
I know.
Right?
I think that narrative is a little overrated.
I do. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Auburn 10.5, Tennessee 10.5, VCU 10.5, Sparty 5.5 against Altman, Memphis 10.5 against Wichita, St. John's 4.5, Duke back down to 7.5, and that's what Houston is as well. All right, coming up next, Humans, Murray, VSiN Primetime, cashing out Joe Sorrell, 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., and By the Books, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. The best day of the year in college basketball is tomorrow. It is tomorrow.
Can't wait.
With all the semifinals, great action to start. The games at night are ridiculous. You got to have your head on a swivel starting at 6 p.m. Pacific. The best day of the season is tomorrow.
And don't forget, everything at the network on the website is free until Selection Sunday. Go to vsin.com/Champ Week. Good luck tonight.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the work.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
The Mahoning Valley's leader for golf, Milk Creek Golf Course, is now booking tee times for 2024. We offer stay and play opportunities available with 9 area hotel partners. For more information, visit our website at millcreekmetroparks.org. Also, look for new, exciting opportunities coming soon, including an indoor player development center with Trackman, an indoor Callaway Club fitting center, and an Odyssey fitting studio in 2024. Follow us on Facebook at Milk Creek Golf Course or call 330-740-7112.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Ohio, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
% off. Your Vegas adventure starts here. Ready, set, bet.
If there's only 6 horses in a race, how worried are we about our horse not getting out fast?
With a 6-horse field, it still matters because you don't want to be blocked, but it's not nearly as big of an issue. Okay. When you have larger fields, it becomes much more of a concern because some horses who are in front are going to back up, and they're usually going to be on the inside, which means you either have to go wide or you have to weave through traffic around that final turn. So it makes it a lot more difficult.
Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet, Saturdays at 7 and Sundays at 8 Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network. Unlock everything VSiN has to offer right now for free. Go to VSiN.com/champweek to register and join VSiN, the sports betting network. Right now for free. Go to VSiN.com/champweek to register and join VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VSiN, the sports betting network.
We're off and running on a loaded Thursday of college basketball alongside Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray, live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas, Nevada, where behind us, Matt, I was surprised. Maybe I shouldn't have been, but I was surprised to be greeted by a roar from the Circus Sportsbook crowd as I walked in, as Texas and Texas A&M went to overtime and then another overtime. And ultimately, the Longhorns hook them, win 94-89. I texted bracketologist Rocco Miller, who was on the show last night, saying, does this put them in? His response?
Probably.
No.
It might. It might. You don't know. He's not on the committee.
He is not. He said, as of right now, he believed they would not be in, need tomorrow, but a huge win nonetheless.
You know how many times I've heard supposed bracketologists say that North Carolina's not going to be in the tournament, and Tar Heels are trying to play their way into it as well. You just don't know how the committee's going to shake that out on Sunday. But, Tim, I think it's very difficult to say the committee's not going to let those big name brand teams in the tournament.
There's no doubt.
Because it is about revenue. It's about money, revenue, TV ratings. And you think when it comes down to Texas or Boise State, they're going to say there's going to be a big move in the room for Boise? Probably not. So anyway, that's a topic for later. I thought when you said there was a roar when you walked into the sportsbook, it was because all the fans here were so happy to see you.
No, that is not the case. They said, who's that guy? Is that the guy who bet Iowa State today? Good call, you moron.
I'll tell you what, we do have a packed sportsbook here.
I know.
And it's going to be even bigger crowd on Friday and Saturday. But for a Thursday, you're lucky to find a few seats open out there in the sports book. And we have a great schedule this morning, this afternoon, and tonight.
Yeah, and we got a lot to recap from what unfolded earlier today. A big injury by the Duke Blue Devils, Cooper Flagg. We also had a very important late three-pointer to some at Madison Square Garden. So we will get to all that has unfolded so far today. We've got games going on right now. And just down the road from where we sit, Mr. Humans, Thomas and Mac, the Mountain West Championships going on, the quarterfinals. You and I love this conference, love to bet this conference. And right now, San Diego State, Boise State, the 4-5 showdown in that conference, 45-45 between these two teams. And you are in on the San Diego State Aztecs, I believe.
I do have the Aztecs plus 1.5, and I could have had 2. Hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt me. But like you said, we're right back where we started. Tie game with 10 minutes to go, and it's been back and forth. Aztecs just had a 5-point lead. They blew it. Boise took the lead. Aztecs come back, and as we're talking, Aztecs just missed a layup, so that's great. But we got a tie game with 10 minutes to go. And this looks like it's going to go down to the final minute.
Big Ten earlier today, Indiana knocked off by Oregon. Hoosiers very much on the bubble. Interesting tweet today from Jeff Goodman regarding the coaching search. And speaking of Indiana, Wes Reynolds will join us in the second hour of the program. But Oregon gets a 72-59 win over the Hoosiers as a 2-point favorite there in Indianapolis. After that, it was a important 3 to some from Northwestern late in that contest as Wisconsin wins. But the Purple Cats, a team that you and I tend to like in that dog role, Matt, they did what a lot of people wanted to see as Northwestern gets the cover, but Wisconsin gets the win 70-63. Illinois and Indiana going on right now, and that one in the first half.
Illinois, Iowa.
Illinois,
Iowa Hawkeyes trying to extend Fran McCaffrey's stay in Iowa City. After the Hawkeyes upset Ohio State yesterday. Indiana goes home. Ohio State goes home. So the Big Ten tournament getting interesting as well.
Yep. So a lot to get to all around the Atlantic 10 conference going on right now in the nation's capital. George Washington currently a 4-point lead over Fordham as they saw a double-digit lead get wiped away as a 7-point favorite in this spot. George Washington right now a 4-point lead with 21 seconds to go. As mentioned, Mountain West, San Diego State up on Boise State 47-45, Matt. And this is a spot that you do have a best bet. You have San Diego State plus the 1.5. As we always do, we'll keep you updated on all the in-game play and all the in-game prices that are out there. I'm going to go ahead and say it, Matt. This is going to be an agonizing game, no matter what.
Well, it already has been. If you've got a bet on this, watching this San Diego State team, you know it's not going to be fun because of the scoring droughts and the fact that this team rarely makes it easy. And you got 2 teams, Tim, right here, San Diego State and Boise State, fighting for their NCAA tournament lives. I know some think this is an elimination game. The loser goes home, or the loser goes to the college basketball crown tournament in Las Vegas and not the NCAA tournament. But you do have teams on the bubble fighting for it right here. And that's what you saw with Texas today against Texas A&M. The Longhorns were fighting to keep their season alive and to get into the 68-team field. And they played like it the last 2 days. So that's definitely got to factor into your handicapping. But not every team that's got something to play for shows up. Texas did today. Right now, Boise State and San Diego State going to do it for, looks like they're going to fight it out for 40 minutes.
Yeah, Xavier was a team that I had back today, and we'll get to the ending of that game. But they do get the loss, and could be the nail potentially in the coffin for the Xavier Musketeers in their hopes to make it to the NCAA tournament.
Not, but I tell you what, if Xavier gets to the tournament, that's going to be a dangerous team.
Yes, they're playing extremely well.
Wow.
I put in
that deserves to be a tournament team.
We talked about it last week. I put in a future play on them to win the Big East tournament. Obviously, that goes down the toilet with the loss, 89-87. They had a 14-point lead against Marquette, and Marquette got red hot in the second half. But for Xavier, a team that I believe, per Bart Torvik, over the last month of the season, Matt, the best team in the Big East. So an 89-87 victory for the Marquette Golden Eagles, setting up another showdown against St. John's, a game that we saw 6 days ago happen in Milwaukee as St. John's won that game in overtime, much to the chagrin of most of us in our Circa College Hoops Challenge. So a whole lot going on. We've got plenty of games. We're going to keep you updated on Iowa with the lead over Illinois right now, 36-35. Illinois, a team that you and I, Matt, have agonized over from time to time. But let's get to it, as we like to do here on the program in our first segment. Let's tell you about our biggest game of the night.
The lights are on and the stakes are high. It's the primetime game of the night.
Little did we know, Matt, last night, that Kansas UCF might be one of the most entertaining games of the day, as Kansas needed overtime to dispose of Johnny Dawkins and the UCF Knights. And now the Jayhawks back out there. And I'll just note this to the graphics crew. This number is off on our graphic there. Arizona, a 3-point favorite here against the Kansas Jayhawks with a total of 151. We just saw this game happen at Fog Allen. You and I were on the side of the Jayhawks last Saturday in the Circa College Hoops Challenge. That was your best bet. And Matt, I'm on the Arizona Wildcats. Last night, there was a $1.25 money line. There was actually a minus 120 money line at FanDuel. I grabbed minus 125 on the Arizona Wildcats. I am going to play the old zigzag theory here. I think Arizona is a slightly better team on a neutral floor. Yes, it's in Kansas City, but I will take the Arizona Wildcats here. I do wonder, playing an overtime game like they did last night, does that affect the legs at all for Kansas? Give me Arizona on the money line here. It's now up to minus 150, but played it earlier today and put it in over at our picks page, which you can get access to for free right now at vsin.com/champweek.
Tim, I did play Kansas -3 as my best bet in the Circuit College Hoops Challenge on Saturday, and Kansas got there and covered that number. Like you said, it was bet up to 4.5. So I talked with Richie Baccelleri of Circa Sports right before the show tonight. Richie, longtime Las Vegas odds maker, bookmaker, and a very sharp college basketball guy. He loves college hoops more than anything else. And Richie said he's got to take Kansas tonight. He said, look, he goes, I know Tim Murray's on the other side, and that scares me. But
he did not say that. He did not say that.
He said, look, these teams just played. He said these teams just played 5 days ago in Lawrence, and Kansas was a 4.5-point favorite, and now Kansas is a 3-point dog after winning the game by 7. He said, just based on the number, I've got to take Kansas on the points. So Richie is on Kansas +3. I stayed away from this one. Last night, Kansas shot 12 for 27 from 3 against UCF. And, Tim, that's uncharacteristic. This is not a good 3-point shooting team, talking about the Jayhawks. But they played pretty well last night, hitting the 12-3, shooting 45% from the field overall. Didn't turn it over 16 times, but it was in overtime. Put 98 points on the board. The offense was not the problem. The defense has been a problem for Kansas, too. Last night, when the offense was clicking, the defense was not on the other end. And Kansas had trouble putting away a UCF team. And what was Kansas last night? 10.5-point favorite, right? Had trouble putting away a team that should not have had that much trouble with. So I'm a little bit concerned, I think, about this the spot for the Jayhawks. But, I don't like this Arizona team either, because you don't know what you're going to get from Caleb Love on a given night. And Love has been a very erratic shooter. I bet against Arizona as my best bet in the circuit contest the last 2 weeks, and fortunate to get wins in both those games when Caleb Love did not play especially well. So I was torn on this game, and I just stayed away from it. I do see what Richie's point is here, from going from a 4.5-point favorite to a 3-point dog. Big swing in the number.
That is our game of the night, and it should tip off a little bit around probably close to 10 o'clock Eastern time there in Kansas City, as the third of 4 quarterfinals underway in the Big 12, as Texas Tech, a team that a lot of sharp folks that I respect liked Texas Tech. And I believe, did you put in a Texas Tech future?
I've got Tech to win the Big 12 tournament at +425.
Good ticket to have, and they're off to a strong start against Baylor as they went off as 6.5-point favorites. So a lot going on. 40-39, Iowa fighting these last couple of games, maybe the final games of the Fran McCaffrey era there with the Hawkeyes. But Matt, a big injury scare for the Duke Blue Devils earlier today in Charlotte. We'll hear from their head coach and get the latest on Duke UNC, which tips off tomorrow next.
To get you ready for March Mania, VEASAN is offering a free pro preview during Championship Week. Get everything VEASAN has to offer, including daily pro picks straight to your inbox, betting splits from both Circa Sports and DraftKings Sportsbook, and access to the VEASAN Watch app to take VEASAN with you wherever you go. Register now for free to unlock VEASAN from March 6th through the 16th at VEASAN.com/Champ Week and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I'm Paul George of the Indiana Pacers. When I was 6, my days were spent playing basketball. When I was 6, my dream was to make it to the NBA. When I was 6, my mom had a stroke. So I want you to learn to spot a stroke fast. F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. I'm Paul George. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Have an early lead on Stanford there. 52-49, the score there for Matt's bet. As oh man,
just stop talking about this. Seriously, move on to something else. Okay.
All right, let's move on to the injury that happened earlier today as the Duke Blue Devils were at one point trailing Georgia Tech 26-12 as they went off as 22.5-point favorites. I don't know what the best number was, but I do know at halftime you could have grabbed Duke at around -5.5. They ended up covering that number. They win 78-70. But all anybody cared about, even if Duke had lost, was the status of the likely Wooden Award winner in Cooper Flagg, who rolled his ankle. We're going to show you the social media post first, as we saw this courtesy of Brian Fisher down in Charlotte. As here was the video of Cooper Flagg, who limped off the floor, needed help from his teammates, Matt, then was in a wheelchair going to get x-rays. Now, the good thing, if you're a Duke backer or just a college hoop fan, the good news is he was back on the bench later in the game. The x-rays were negative. We'll get to the line for tomorrow, but let's hear from John Shire, the head coach of the Duke Blue Devils, on Cooper Flagg. Also, Malik Brown, who hurt his shoulder in the Duke victory over Georgia Tech today.
I'll just tell you real quick, look, Malik was in a lot of pain, and he redislocated his shoulder. That's why, I'm sure some of you saw it. We got him a stretcher just because to tolerate the pain. And it's he was in a lot of pain, and he's at the hospital now. We'll figure out how he's doing. I'm going to try to figure out if I can go see him right now. And Cooper, he just came down, sprained his ankle. X-rays were negative, which is great. We just have to understand there's going to be swelling and to see how he recovers and how he goes from there. But proud of this team to step up without two of our key guys.
So Malik Brown separated his shoulder, re-injured that shoulder, and as you heard from John Shire at the hospital earlier today, if I had to guess, I don't know if we see Malik Brown again, but that's a pure guess and speculation. As for Cooper Flagg, Matt, tomorrow, I imagine he is going to be out. We probably will find out news later today that he will not play tomorrow. The point spread is indicating that he is not going to play. Right now, Circa has Duke as an 8-point favorite. But the question remains now moving forward, Matt, when will we see Cooper Flagg again for the Duke Blue Devils? And what would you do from a future standpoint with the Duke Blue Devils? Would this be a stay away for you on Duke?
You have to stay away from Duke, and I'm concerned about Duke futures moving forward. Yep. I've got Duke at 12-1, and with Malik Brown probably out for the rest of the season. Yeah. I feel like he's
re-aggravated that shoulder, was in a lot of pain.
Underdog to come back. Cooper Flagg, I fully expect to sit out the rest of this ACC tournament, and that's why I really need Clemson to win and get to that championship game. I've got Clemson plus 700 in the ACC tournament.
Nice.
And I don't like to see Cooper Flagg go down, but certainly for the Duke 12-1 bet in the NCAA tournament, but it helps the Clemson 7-1 bet in the ACC. The thing is, Duke was a 23-point favorite in that game today, down 14. Flagg goes out, monster money line on that game, and you think, wow, Duke might lose this game. Blue Devils rally and win by 8. I don't think you're going to see Cooper Flagg the rest of this tournament. I don't think you're going to see Malik Brown the rest of the season. And you got to be, I think, really cautious about playing Duke. In fact, I'd probably look to fade Duke in tomorrow's game. Colin Kneppel had a big game today. What, do you have 28 points?
Yep, he was great.
For Duke, and he was great, but I'm not sure he can carry this offense without Cooper Flagg out there because he's a playmaker. He does so much for the Blue Devils on the offensive end of the floor. Plus, Tim, when you lose Flagg and your teammates know he's out, I think your hope of winning the conference tournament kind of takes a back seat. And you say, you know what, it's all about next week, and I'm not sure if Duke's going to show up with the motivation to win the ACC tournament knowing that Flagg's not going to play. I would be stunned if he plays. I read the quotes by John Shire after the game, and he said, look, there's going to have to be a bunch of people in that locker room talk me into allowing Cooper Flagg back on the floor in this tournament because I don't think he should play in the rest of the tournament. Why risk it?
There's no reason for Cooper Flagg to play tomorrow or the rest of the ACC tournament. Now, I'm not trying to say, this isn't the dumb conversation that the morons had about Zion. Well, you shouldn't play. He's going to be the number one pick. No. They're trying to win a national championship. That's the ultimate goal. And nothing that they do in Charlotte is going to affect their seeding. They're a 1 seed. Lock. Now, could they maybe get the number 1 overall seed? I guess. But here's the thing, Matt. Auburn wants to go to the South. Duke wants to go to the East. Nothing's going to change, maybe a little bit of your opponents. But if you're John Shire and you, from the trainers, get the A-OK, Cooper Flagg can play, right. You say, oh, what'd you say? No. You said he can't play, right? There's no reason for Cooper Flagg to play tomorrow or if they make the championship game. So let's go to tomorrow and this Duke-UNC game, because what'd you say in the first part of the show about Texas A&M? Texas, desperate team. North Carolina, desperate team. Now, we thought they were desperate last Saturday, and they weren't able to get us to the cover against Duke, but they had Cooper Flagg in that game.
They did have the lead in the second half, too.
They did have the lead in the second half. So here, by the way, are the 2 matchups that Duke and UNC had earlier this year. February 1st at Cameron Indoor, Duke as a 13.5-point favorite, 187-70. Now, worth noting, that was not as close as that final score indicated. That was a blowout. That was a rout. It was 32-13 right out of the chute. Cooper Flagg in that game, 21 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. Over the weekend, this past weekend, Matt, at the Dean Dome, we saw UNC get bet down to around a 9.5-point underdog. There were 11.5s out there for our contest. We played it at 10, and Duke ultimately won 82-69. But as you pointed out, UNC had the lead in the second half of that game. Cooper Flagg had 15 points, 9 boards, and 6 assists in that contest. How much is Cooper Flagg worth to the point spread? Well, the market is telling you about 5 or 6 points, right? Because right now, Circa has Duke as an 8-point favorite. There are other shops that have him as a 7.5-point favorite. Would you look at UNC here in this spot?
I might, even though we got burned with North Carolina plus 10. In the contest last Saturday, that was a game Carolina looked like it was going to have a shot to win in the second half, and things just got away. I think without Cooper Flagg, the whole dynamic for the Blue Devils changes. On the floor, the roles change for everybody on the floor, and Carolina's hot right now, Tim.
Back-to-back covers covered over Wake Forest today in the ACC tournament. Hey, folks, Edge Boost is the first ever bank account built for bettors, ensuring all gambling transactions are approved. No usage fees, no minimum. Sign up today, edgeboost.bet. Use the promo code PRIME. Deposit $25 and Edge Boost will match that deposit. edgeboost.bet.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Tired of sportsbooks stacking the odds against you? With ProfitX, the first peer-to-peer sports betting exchange in the U.S., you're betting against other fans, not the house, giving you better odds and bigger payouts. It's already available in over 40 states. With ProfitX, you're in control. You can even set your own odds and wait for another bettor to match your price. No more taking what the sportsbook offers. Take control of your bets today. Download ProfitX now and use code VEASAN to get started. This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
The trust was broken. I give Fields credit. He said, screw you, Pittsburgh. And he left. Now, I'm on record saying if I'm the Jets, I would have kept Aaron Rodgers. And if you're asking me who's a better quarterback for 2025, Rodgers or Fields, I would take Aaron Rodgers without question. Now, under the circumstance, I like the move for the Jets.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Looking for someone's picks? We compile every pick from VEASAN hosts and guests every day and email them to all VEASAN Pro subscribers. Become a VEASAN Pro at VEASAN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. One more VEASAN? You can watch all of our VEASAN shows live from Las Vegas on your phone, tablet, or TV 24 hours a day by becoming a subscriber. You can also catch full replays of all of your favorite VEASAN shows. Become a subscriber at VEASAN.com today.
On the next, a numbers game, Steve Fezzik joins us. Felica and Fezzik, hour number 2, are Friday staples, talking all things sports betting, multiple topics, anything that's on Steve's mind. Chris with all his bets, Jason Weingarten with all his, Paul Carr on the Premier League, and Mike Renner to talk NFL draft with us. How about that for a Friday? And of course, a whole heaping helping of college basketball. It's a numbers game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VEASAN, the sports betting network.
The ultimate March Hoops experience is in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Don't miss out on Mania Under the Sun at Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino. There's no better place to take in the action than our 6 pools with our 143-foot screen. Experience the games poolside with various seating options from cabanas, daybeds, booths, and more. No matter the size of your group, Stadium Swim is the place to be. Find all our Stadium Swim options at circalasvegas.com. Don't miss out on the action. Ready, set, bet.
For me, I already had the Orioles bet, so I have to put the Orioles here. You went with the Red Sox, and I honestly am leaning more towards the Red Sox, especially given the price that we're getting now at plus 425 to win this division. I would even maybe consider the Rays with what this rotation for the Orioles looks like, what this rotation for the Yankees could look like. I would definitely gravitate to where you're at, and I might even drift as far as 750 to the Rays.
Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet, Saturdays at 7 and Sundays at 8 Eastern on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother!
We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. Cool. Very cool. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
He separated his shoulder, probably done for the remainder of the season, I would imagine. RJ Davis, meeting with the media, RJ Davis of North Carolina, who got a win and cover over Wake Forest earlier today, Matt said, quote, "We're 100% playing a sense of urgency right now. I know what March is about, and I know what it takes to get to the tournament." UNC right now catching 7.5 and 8, and I will pretty much guarantee that I will be in on North Carolina again, and I probably will be texting Matt in anger when UNC fails to cover. But it's interesting to note it opened 8 here at Circa, and it got bet down to 7.5. So it looks like those 8s have all been scooped up currently with Duke and UNC, and I think I still at 7.5 would take the Tar Heels. Be curious to see if we do get any buyback. But my guess would be, Matt, when we hear officially that Cooper Flagg is out, you might even see a little bit more movement towards UNC.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out. Tim.
Yeah, he's not.
He's going to be out. Take 8.5 is the best number out there in the market right now with North Carolina. Is that right?
I see only 7.5 out there right now.
There was 8.5 out there not too long ago. I think this has already come down a point in the last hour and a half. I would take that now because I think there is going to be betting action on North Carolina. Actually, I'm going to see if I can find 8 because I missed the 8.5 too.
Yep.
And if I can grab 8, I'll probably take that with North Carolina.
Here we go. FanDuel has 8.5. 8.5 minus 115.
Okay.
So
I don't have a FanDuel account, but maybe I'll find somebody.
Boyd Gaming here in town. But yes, if you're out there listening in and you've got access to FanDuel, that is the best number out there. And I think if I can find a way to get a little FanDuel action in, I think I might be interested in North Carolina plus the 8.5. Got a question for you, Matt. And you just sent me a tweet, and we're going to mention that tweet here in just a moment. But I was on Xavier today, plus 2.5.
You were on the right side.
The game ended 89-87 with a half-court shot. Well, I guess like a 35-footer. He was on the other side of the court. Bad beat or right result?
You mean bad beat if you had Marquette?
If you had Marquette minus 2.5, bad beat or right result? I put out a little poll on Twitter, and right now
I just voted.
57% said right side, 42% bad beat.
I just voted in your poll.
Thank you.
There's only one answer. Xavier was the right side. Xavier was the right side for most of the game, Tim. And if Marquette had covered, that would have been an unjust result. Anybody who thinks that Marquette laying the points is a bad beat there hasn't bet on basketball for long enough. Xavier was the right side. Now, I thought Xavier was going to win the game most of the way, didn't you?
So did I, yeah. I was thinking, all right, I've got a plus 950 future going into the game against St. John's. All right, here we go. And look, Marquette, give them credit. They were red hot in the second half. Xavier had a 14-point lead in this game and led by double digits at halftime, but Marquette was red hot in the second half. Cam Jones, one of the best players not only in the Big East, but in the country. He stepped up when he needed to, 5 of 10 from long range. And wasn't it interesting, Matt, that Stevie Mitchell, our arch nemesis, hits both his free throws late in the game?
Where was that last Saturday? Stevie Mitchell steps up the line, fluffs up his hair, fixes his hair last week against St. John's, and then bricks the free throw and allows the Johnnies to force overtime and eventually win the game. Well, today he hits both free throws. But, Tim, you've got to send a thank you card. It was Cam Jones hit the three, right? Sorry, it was
Ryan Conwell.
Conwell had 39 points.
He was unbelievable
Conwell
in this game.
He missed a free throw on the previous possession, and he's probably exhausted. The guy was playing his butt off all day. But Conwell, with 39 points, banks in the three at the end. I had a feeling when he was dribbling up the court that he was going to make that shot.
Did you really?
Yeah. Well, that's the easiest three to shoot, is right down the middle.
Yeah, that's true.
And he was not being defended. He had a wide open look at it. Of course, he banks it in, and Xavier covers. I believe Xavier's a tournament team. So does Sean Miller.
Sean Miller said to Jeff Borzello of ESPN, quote, "What I really try to look at is our level of play. We're hopeful we can be part of the tournament. I know this, over the last 6 to 8 weeks, there aren't too many teams in the country that have played at a higher level than our group." That was Sean Miller from Xavier following today's loss.
I think you said a version of this 3 days ago on the show when we were in here. That was Monday, right? When you said Xavier and some of the metrics had been one of the top 10 teams in the country over the past month, right?
Yeah, entering the NCAA tournament, if you had looked back to, I believe, the start of, or like the middle of February, they were, I want to say, the 16th best team in the country. If you go back just to February 1st, Matt, a stretch of 8-2 basketball, so over a month and a half of basketball, Xavier's the 27th best team in the country. Right ahead of UC San Diego, a team we've talked about quite a bit here on this program, a team that we certainly hope takes care of business in the Big West tournament, ahead of North Carolina, ahead of Kansas, ahead of Arkansas, ahead of Illinois, ahead of UConn, Oregon. I mean, they have been playing exceptional basketball down the stretch. Now, it's a full body of work, obviously, but I hope that Xavier gets in. And it has nothing to do, my future's dead now on Xavier, but this is a good basketball team, Matt, and I like to reward teams that are playing at their best down the stretch. And early portion of the year, they took some ugly L's. They lost to TCU. They had a plethora of losses, lost on the road to Georgetown. But since the middle of February, really no bad results to note. Lost on the road to Creighton, their tournament team. Lost on the road to Villanova. That's not great. But since then,
Villanova's not bad, though.
They're not bad. And they play UConn later tonight.
Play better in the second half of the season.
Yeah. But 89-87 loss to a Marquette team that's going to be probably on the 6th line or something like that is no shame in that. So I hope Xavier does get in. I think they deserve to get in, and be curious to see how the chips ultimately stack up, Matt, as the season wraps up. The one thing I think it would be a shame if Musketeers don't get in, Tim. I looked, when you were talking about how well they played over the past month, I went through a bunch of their games and said, if this team gets in the tournament, it's going to be a dangerous team. Let's say you make Xavier an 11 seed. I would love to play Xavier in a matchup. If you get the right matchup, I think Xavier's the type of team that could be a surprise Sweet 16 team. Sure.
Hey, this playing as well as any team in the Big East, and that's a tough conference. And I was very impressed by the way Xavier played today, and that was the right side the entire way. It should have been, let's say, if you bet Xavier, you deserve to be cashing your ticket. That should have been the right side.
Well, thankfully, Mr. Conway did hit that three, banked it in, 7 threes in the game for him. Cam Jones.
Look at this DePaul Creighton game.
DePaul off to a great start against the Creighton Blue Jays. We'll update you on that game and all the other action going on right now on a busy Thursday in college basketball. It's VSiN Primetime.
Text Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text Rocky to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ROCKY to 42424. That's Rocky to 42424.
Coming up on the next edition of Follow the Money, we'll be joined by Max Hoffmeyer, college basketball bettor and contributor for Shot Quality Bets. We'll go over the best day and slate of the college basketball season. Eli Herskowitz, part of the Circa College Basketball Contest, his thoughts on the board, and live betting on the games throughout the show, recapping games from the night before, and previewing Saturday action as well. Follow the Money, 4 to 7 Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Now, Sirius XM Channel 158. Get the VSiN Watch app.
This is Cashing Out on VSiN.
People love to say Michigan State can't sustain their success. I love that word. They can't sustain it. Would you call a 7-game win streak and a 7-game cover streak sustained success, especially when they played 6 different teams over the 7 games and 5 of them are going dancing? Would you call that sustained success?
Cashing Out, Saturday through Thursday at 11 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun. With all sports, all seasons, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
To get you ready for Marchmania, VSiN is offering a free pro preview during Championship Week. Get everything VSiN has to offer, including daily pro picks straight to your inbox, betting splits from both Circa Sports and DraftKings Sportsbook, and access to the VSiN Watch app to take VSiN with you wherever you go. Register now for free to unlock VSiN from March 6th through the 16th at VSiN.com/Champ Week and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN by the Books with Dave Ross and Jensen Lewis.
This is a chess, not checkers type move from Daniel Jones. Like, why do I want to say Minnesota? They're going to turn the keys over to the car to J.J. McCarthy. That feels like the writing's on the wall there. I want to play. And I don't know that that was going to be a realistic thing in Minnesota. So from that competitive standpoint, I like it. So Anthony Richardson, this is competition.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
The stations that always keep you in the zone.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
TN, a breed apart.
This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
Garrett Cole is going to undergo Tommy John surgery, and the Yankees' ultimate ace and horse is Dunza. As a Yankee fan, I hate sports. I despise sports. Everything sucks as a Yankees fan. The Yankees now have a 0% chance of winning the World Series.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VEASAN, the sports betting network. Unlock everything VEASAN has to offer right now for free. Go to VEASAN.com/champweek to register and join VEASAN, the sports betting network. Right now for free. Go to VEASAN.com/champweek to register and join VEASAN, the sports betting network.
This is VEASAN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Hour 2 of VEASAN Prime Time here on a lovely and busy Thursday evening. We've got live bets being fired out there. Matt Humans and I both taking an in-game position. Matt is taking a little Baylor Bears plus the 14.5. That number got pushed down to 13.5 against Texas Tech.
Probably not because of my bet.
I joined you, but I didn't get the best of the number. Took 13.5, and then took Creighton, maybe a buy low spot as they're getting smoked by DePaul. 36-21. Took the Blue Jays plus 4.5. You're going to hear a lot about live betting coming up in about 7 days when everybody comes to Las Vegas, and Derek Stevens got it. His cell phone's out. He's ready to go. I would say the calm before the storm, Derek, but this is a pretty good storm out here on a Thursday of Conference Championship week.
Yeah, you're right. You know, we could feel it this morning at about I'd say 11 a.m. We're like, okay, this is not a regular day. No, everybody's been piling in. It's going to be this conference tournament weekend is turning into a monster. So this is going to be really something special. Going to have with all the Mountain West going on, UNLV playing a little bit later. Yep. Boise State just won.
Now you got a good contingent usually from Boise coming here, right?
Yeah, we have a Boise State party tonight. I'm glad they pulled that one off. That wasn't good for the house. It wasn't good for the house. But it's going to keep them around another day. All these Mountain West teams are in, and it's really something.
San Diego State fans are going home after that one in the Mountain West tournament. Derek, is the weather going to be nice enough to host wild parties at Stadium Swim this weekend? We were hoping to be out there this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. I mean, this is about as perfect as it gets. The weather's lousy today. Yeah. But in Vegas, you have one lousy day and it's out the door. I think we should be good by tomorrow. And Saturday, Sunday is going to be perfect.
I think Sunday morning you have a watch party for the Vegas Golden Knights and Detroit Red Wings too, right?
Yeah, we do. We're doubling up. We're doing a little hockey on early morning of Selection Sunday. So, we've got that cooking as well.
Best places to watch games: Stadium Swim and here in the Circus Sportsbook. And it looks like you're almost sold out in the book here tonight, but probably tomorrow and Saturday too, right?
Yeah. I think there's probably some space, but no, it's effectively we're going to be sold out all weekend. So it should just be a great weekend.
Owner and CEO of Circa and Circa Sports, Derek Stevens, joining us here in studio. You know, Derek, we're back on XM for the first time since for a while for the NCAA tournament. So we got new listeners, and I'm curious just to kind of the growth of the NCAA tournament in that first weekend in Vegas and for Circa has been what over the years?
Oh, I mean, it just continues to amaze. I mean, the first weekend of March Madness, it took over the number one spot in Vegas, took over Super Bowl probably, I don't remember now, but what have been 15 years ago or something like that. And the gap just keeps growing. It's just amazing. This weekend will certainly be the biggest March Madness that Las Vegas has ever seen, certainly the biggest that we've ever seen. And betting just continues to move on. We're going to set a record for the amount wagered after a game tips off this year as well. Wow. College basketball is just such an incredible sport to bet in game with because it's perfectly streaky.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. I mean, especially you think about those first to 10s and first to 15s. If everyone's ever been out here, the different roars you hear, especially you get people wanting to take that plus $3 ticket on a first to 10. Maybe you don't trust them to cover the whole game, and then they get out to an early lead, and then you come in on the other side and try to get both bets home.
To back up your point here, Derek, I'm looking at the Circa Sports wagering handle numbers. And college basketball, 56.5% of the handle here at Circa Sports this month. NBA is only 17%, and hockey's 11%. College basketball dominates, right?
College basketball is unbelievable. Yeah, it's just been unbelievable. Today we're already over the handle right now, and we're talking at 5 o'clock, 5:10 Pacific time, 8:10 on the East Coast. We're already over the handle of last year on this day. We just went over that. I mean, wow. and it's all basketball. What a day at college basketball. It's been unbelievable.
Well, and, I'm curious. I don't know. I was talking to Jeff Benson about it, and we asked the question. I had Xavier today plus 2.5, which ended on a bank 3 to get me the cover. But when you see things like that, Jeff said there wasn't a real big flip one way or the other for the house, but you just get different roars of the crowds and the groans and the cheers. I mean, that's kind of the part of the beauty of coming to Vegas for championship weekend and then March Madness.
Yeah, I mean, coming to Vegas is definitely bucket list stuff, and you can't really explain it. You can't really feel it in a video. You don't see it in a picture. You just got to experience it and feel it. And you're right. You're going to hear a lot of roars, and you don't really know sometimes exactly what it's coming from, particularly when everybody's betting the first to 10.
I think that's the best part is if you're sitting here during these 4 games and you just hear random roars, like what game was that? I mean, that's kind of that's a unique aspect of coming to Vegas and 4 games going on at once.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed, and maybe I think some of this has to do with the cost of flights these days, that I think Wednesday night for the play-in games, it's going to be a couple of the most wagered games of the tournament because Wednesday night it's going to be packed in. It's going to look like a Saturday night in the fall. I mean, it is going to be a mob scene. Everybody, I'd say, 15 years ago, people would show up on Thursday. Not anymore. All of our limos. I mean, our limos are busiest on Wednesday picking people up. Starts Tuesday, but busy on Wednesday.
I get this question every year. Where are the best places to watch the tournament games on Thursday, Friday? And I always say Circa, Westgate, South Point, Red Rocks, some spots. What do you have going on at Circa and the D? And can people still get in?
Yeah, so we've got our paid parties like here in the sports book behind us or at Stadium Swim. You can book things in advance off of our website. I think there's a little bit of availability left, but I know there's not much. I know in the book here, we'll send a text saying, "Hey, we're down to one table for I think for the Friday," and it's like, and I go, so I wrote, "What's the minimum?" He goes, "That's 10,000." I'm like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "Okay, ain't cheap." So, that's kind of like where we're talking about on the paid side of things. Stadium Swim is kind of like the same thing. But then we do our ballroom here, the Galaxy Ballroom at Circa. That is a free event, first come, first serve. All 4 games are on big screens in our big ballroom. And then at the D, we got the Detroit Ballroom. That's the event that was really kind of started and commenced with where Mike Palm started orchestrating this whole party over there. And the Detroit Ballroom over the D is a great place to watch. So again, another free party, first come, first serve, food and beverage at all of them available for purchase.
Derek Stevens joining us here in studio. Just a reminder, our segment with Derek is brought to you by our friends over at Winner Circle Proxy. Need a contest proxy? You can trust the experienced team at Winner Circle Proxy, VSiN's preferred proxy partner. Find out more. Head on over to winnercircleproxy.com. Derek, you have been known to throw some wagers on your hometown teams, the Detroit Lions, the Tigers. So, will you be throwing down any futures on the Maize and Blue?
Well, you know what? I don't want to say something right now. How about we save that for next? I'm coming in next Thursday.
Okay.
As long as I'm going to be at Stadium Swim all day. So like I'm going to be at others
game time. You can come in whenever you want. You can just pop in.
I did.
We're
promise
4 to
Mitch
8. You can come on anytime.
We got Private Plane and Wayne coming in talking on Thursday afternoon. By the time 5 o'clock comes, though, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be questionable. We're going to be at Stadium Swim by like about 7:30.
Just send us a text of your bet. All right, just let us know.
I'll do that because I'm going out tonight here. As soon as I leave the studio here in about 5 minutes, I got a limo outside, and we're gonna we can do a little damage around town right now. So
make the rounds, put in a few futures bets.
Yeah. So we're gonna head over. We're gonna head over to Westgate, head over to stations.
What do you really like? You don't have to tell us what you're going to bet, but what teams do you like the most? You just had the blackjack futures draw here at Circa. You had the blackjack tournament and futures draw.
Yeah. I'm actually I'm talking about baseball.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's focused on college basketball right now.
I want to know.
So I am in on Michigan State. I took a long number on them. I took a long number on will Memphis make the Final Four.
Really?
I got a big price on that one. So I kind of like value shop a little bit. That was a few months ago.
I like that play. I mean,
one of the guys in your group is a Memphis graduate. Did he talk you into it?
No, he didn't. But he did have me a couple of times watching these games, and I kind of liked the games I saw. I kind of liked the way Memphis was playing.
Matt was out there in Maui. He saw them up close and personal. They beat UConn. They beat Michigan State. I mean, they're a good team. Got great backcourt. And I think if they get a good draw, they absolutely could potentially do some damage. Derek Stevens.
I do like to see a lot of this betting. Will your team make the Final Four?
Yeah.
I think that's a little more digestible in some cases.
I've got two futures on Final Four teams: Maryland at 20-1 and St. John's at 7-1. So those are my two Final Four bets. Matt's got a bunch of futures out there, including St. John's. Curious, before we let you run, Derek, the Cooper Flagg injury. What was the risk room like? Were you guys on some texts when that injury happened? What'd you do at the futures market? It does look like he'll be fine. But there was a thought probably like, oh, my God, he could be out for the year.
Yeah, when he went off, all of a sudden things kind of blew up and you weren't really sure. Obviously it's the most significant player in college basketball. Yeah. It dramatically impacts the odds on everything. I think because there was some uncertainty, we didn't see a massive amount of action come in one way or the other. And it's a little hard. It's because of the NCAA tournament, it's a little hard to then jump on someone else.
Right.
It's not quite like it's an NFL division or something like that. And, a quarterback goes down in an NFL division or something.
Well, best of luck with those futures bets. So let us know which you're firing on when you make your rounds around town. That's Derek Stevens, owner and CEO of Circa and Circa Sports. This is VSiN Primetime.
To get you ready for March Mania, VSiN is offering a free pro preview during Championship Week. Get everything VSiN has to offer, including daily pro picks straight to your inbox, betting splits from both Circa Sports and DraftKings Sportsbook, and access to the VSiN Watch app to take VSiN with you wherever you go. Register now for free to unlock VSiN from March 6th through the 16th at VSiN.com/Champ Week and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
He's missed around 40 games each of the last 2 seasons. We know he's elite when he's out there. 16-1 for AL MVP.
He missed those games last year and still had 30 homers. That's the thing. We know he can hit. We know he's not going to run. So you have to make that trade-off. He's kind of like Jordan Alvarez, but with a little bit worse of a batting average. And I like him from an MVP standpoint. I think I'd throw a little sprinkle there. I think that there's some fun involved with him.
Prop Points, weekdays at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the sports betting network.
It is VSiN Primetime here on a Thursday evening alongside Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. Couple of live bets we fired in. We'll see if they can come home. Texas Tech said, you know what? We're not going to miss threes in the second half as they just buried another three-pointer. The Red Raiders, are on fire from long range. 17 minutes to go in that one, and they have an early 58-43 lead. I took a flyer on Creighton as they were down 15 at the break to DePaul as a 12.5-point favorite. You said close 13 here at Circa. And right now, still a 15-point lead for the Blue Demons. So DePaul trying to make it to the semifinals of the Big East tournament in year one of Chris Holtman's.
DePaul 14-16 during the regular season in the Big East. Not too far away from a semifinal matchup. It would be with St. John's, right?
No, they would be with UConn or Villanova.
Oh, St. John's has got
they have Marquette.
Top half of the bracket.
Yeah, it doesn't reseed, even though I think every conference tournament should reseed. But that's beside the point. UConn and Villanova still to come tonight. I did throw.
You know who else is going to threatening to pull a big upset here? Go ahead.
I said I did pull UConn in a money line parlay here.
So
tonight.
did I. So we can root that one in together. Hopefully, I got UConn to win that tournament. Also on a money line parlay tonight. How about Stanford?
Ooh, yes.
An 11-point underdog at some spots. Stanford up 13 on Louisville, which is in that bottom half of the bracket with Clemson in the ACC tournament. Now it's a 15-point lead.
Wow.
52-37, Stanford Cardinal over the Louisville Cardinals.
Yes, and with the news of Cooper Flagg going down with the ankle injury, the expectation for him certainly not to play tomorrow. I think you and I would imagine he's not going to play the remainder of this ACC tournament. It could potentially allow for some chaos in the ACC, and you have a 7-1 ticket on Clemson, which certainly this result would be music to your ears. They obviously would have to take care of business later on this evening there for the Tigers, but with Cooper Flagg getting banged up, and then right now Louisville on the precipice of getting knocked off, this would be good for Clemson and also good for North Carolina, maybe someone else there, even Stanford, if they want to pull off the stunner. As Ryan Kalkbrenner, a man who's been playing college basketball since the 1980s, hits a three to make it 40-30. DePaul with a 10-point lead still, but a nice little run.
He's actually got 2 years of eligibility remaining. Do you know that?
Does he really?
No, I was just kidding.
Oh, my God. At this point, I don't know, man. Like, you never know at this day and age. I mean, Diego Pavia is trying to get back out there for another year for Vanderbilt. I think he's been playing college football since Joe Namath was at Alabama. So 92-76 the score. Illinois on top of Iowa. Ladies and gentlemen, 6:46 to go in that second half. Matt, Illinois, they're going to hit how many points in this one?
I thought 110, but they've actually gone over a minute now without scoring. And Illinois right now with 92 points with 6.5 minutes to go. Fran McCaffrey's going to go out the way he went in with a team that plays no defense. And the way he's a coach for 15 years in Iowa City. You know, Fran's a good coach, especially a good offensive coach, and he's had a lot of success with the Hawkeyes. But, and you've got, if you're going to win at a highest level, you got to be better on the defensive end of the floor than the Hawkeyes are under McCaffrey. 92-79 right now. Illinois up 13 and a 13.5 point favorite live. Texas Tech up 60-48, 12.5 point favorite live. DraftKings does a great job if you love live betting on college hoops. No better product out there than DraftKings live betting screen.
Yeah, there's no doubt, and we utilize it a lot here on this program. I know a lot of you folks listening with us utilize it as well. Just going back to Fran McCaffrey, I agree. I think Fran McCaffrey has done a very nice job from his days at Siena to now. And you think about some of those Siena teams. I mean, he got Siena to the second round of the tournament in back-to-back years. Sure. What's wild is that he never made it to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament at Iowa. And he had some really good teams.
He did.
He had Luka Garza, National Player of the Year, and they had some really promising squads and just never were able to make a deep run.
It's kind of hard to believe you can actually last 15 years on a job like that and never make the Sweet 16, right?
Made the second round 4 times, but never made it to the Sweet 16. They won't make it this year because they won't be dancing. And 92-80 right now, Illinois with the lead. I was asked on a radio hit today, a team that
don't say Illinois
on the 7 or 8 line that can make move. And I said, look, I think I preface it by saying, I think I hate this team.
I don't like this team.
However,
hate's a strong word.
Hate is a strong word. I say that to my son all the time. I don't like this team. But if there was going to be a team on that 8 or 9 line that can make a run, it might be Illinois. Their ceiling is high. I just don't know if I can trust them.
All right, so Rick Pitino said last week about his St. John's team, we could lose in the first round or we could get to the Final Four. I think that's true for a bunch of teams, right? Yeah. Lose in the first round to get to the Final Four. Illinois is not going to get to the Final Four. The Illini could either win in the first or lose in the first round or reach the Sweet 16, early 8. I just don't think the ceiling's that high. Illinois has been too inconsistent, not good enough on the defensive end of the floor. Right now, Illini up 11 on Iowa, 5.5 minutes to go in the Big Ten tournament. But I tell you what, when you look at the bracket on Sunday night, there's going to be a bunch of teams in that 7, 8, 9, 10 seed range that you think are going to be capable of getting to a Sweet 16 or Elite 8, right?
You're going to know a lot of those teams, too.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing.
There's going to be some big-name teams in those seeds. Yeah.
Illinois, Kansas is going to be on that 7 line probably. Marquette, their win today, that helps them out. But they're probably going to be in that range.
I think Marquette's probably a 6. I don't think it's 7.
I think the win today really helps them. A solid win over Xavier. Do they beat St. John's tomorrow? Certainly a possibility. But we were talking once again yesterday to Rocco Miller of Bracketeer.org, and he felt like Gonzaga, because they won their conference and the teams that they're battling with more than likely will not win their conference, that you could see the Zags on a 6 line come Sunday night in the bracket, which for a while it felt like 8 or 9 is where they were landed. Now it feels like 6 or 7 will probably be the ultimate landing spot there. But these are the 8 and 9 seeds right now that you're looking at. Once again, UConn, Creighton, Illinois, Mississippi State, and then you got some Mountain West teams, New Mexico. We'll see how they fare in the Mountain West tournament map, but that's kind of what we're looking like at the 8-9 line. Just so I know it's said all the time, there's a wide open tournament, and you've got 2 juggernauts, and maybe you want to throw Florida in there as well, in Auburn, Duke, and Florida. TBD on the health status of Cooper Flagg here, but there's a lot of teams that I feel like could make a pretty deep run. And I think when you're looking at, Matt, the projected 5 line kind of feels a little soft right now. So you could see a UC San Diego, a McNeese State, someone like that, a Belmont, a Drake make a little bit of a run too.
The 12-5 upset pick is going to be popular again this year because, like you said, some of those teams on that 12 line, do you think McNeese State's a 12 seed?
Yeah.
That's going to be a really hot underdog pick. That's going to be a hot dog.
Yep.
It's a 12 seed. I'm hungry.
I am hungry too. We need some hot dogs out here.
Hey, Creighton's starting to close the gap a little bit.
Come on, baby.
Don't look now.
Stephen Ashworth. Dunk it. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Stephen Ashworth, for those who know Stephen Ashworth and his physique, it's about 6'1", and got a nice steal. And then someone from DePaul tried to brick it through the backboard. That was quite the block.
Let's put it this way. Stephen Ashworth is not a threat to dunk the ball on the break, and he got this layup stuffed back in his face. And Creighton had a chance to cut it to 7 there. Now, after a DePaul turnover, still has a chance to cut it to 6 or 7. We got a 3-point attempt, and that's no good. 44-35. DePaul on top of Creighton with 13 and a half minutes to go. Live number here is Creighton plus 1.5. So DePaul is still favored to win the game. Baylor has closed the gap a little bit. We talked about the live number being 14 and a half.
Yep.
Baylor now getting plus 9.5. Texas Tech up 60-52 at the 14-minute mark.
57-44, upset Bruin and Charlotte. Stanford with a 13-point lead over the Louisville Cardinals, and they're trying to cut that deficit, are the Louisville Cardinals. But right now, a 11-point lead for Stanford. Live line has the Cardinal laying 6.5 in this spot. By the way, the live total, as you mentioned, Illinois has slowed down just a little bit offensively. Live total in Illinois, Iowa right now, Matt, 204.5. You don't see a number usually that high in college basketball, and that's what we have right now. 204.5, Illinois laying a big old number there. Do have an SEC game going on right now. Mississippi State against Missouri. Both these teams very strongly entrenched in the field of 68. And Mizzou right now at the under 8 media timeout leads 28-20. 8.5-point favorite are the Missouri Tigers. Texas Tech, once again, as we talked about, leading 63-52 as they continue to be scorching hot from long range. We'll get some thoughts on the late night slate here on a busy championship week Thursday. It is VSiN Primetime.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman. You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
The Books with Dave Ross and Jensen Lewis.
I see exactly what Mike Vrabel's doing, and he's going defense, and more defense. And I know some people out there might be, well, what are you doing for Drake May? Here's what I'm doing for Drake May. I'm not asking him to go out there and score 30 points to win a game.
Bingo. Yep.
I mean, like, to me, this is great news for a young quarterback on the other side.
VSiN by the Books, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Head on a swivel, Matt. We got games everywhere. Busy night. One of the busiest nights of the college basketball season. Now, Saturdays during the college basketball year, 100-plus games, obviously, but 40-plus games tonight, and a lot of quarterfinals going on across college basketball, including the Big 12 quarterfinal, as Texas Tech and Baylor, both you and I were able to grab an in-game price on the Baylor Bears at half. You were able to get the best of it at 14.5. I grabbed a little 13.5. And right now, Sick'em Bears only down 7 against Texas Tech. So you were hoping to thread this needle because you do have a Texas Tech future to win the conference championship. But Baylor showing some fight here. And, you know, you do wonder, Matt, and we'll talk more about this with Wes Reynolds, but is this going to be the last couple of days for Scott Drew as the head coach of Baylor? Not that he'll be fired, but would he have a wandering eye to Bloomington, Indiana?
I don't think so. We can ask Wes Reynolds. He'd probably give us a long-winded answer on that. I think he would like to have Scott Drew.
I'm sure he would love it.
Ben McCollum, Brad Brownell, Drake, and the Clemson coaches, respectively, been rumored with that job. Look, Indiana has basically struck out with Brad Stevens, with Dusty May, with Rick Pitino, with there was
one more I thought they struck out with too. I can't remember.
Basically every big name that's out there, Indiana fans thought they had a shot at.
Not Chris Beard though, but apparently they don't want Chris Beard.
Chris Beard, I've said for 2 years, would be a home run hire at Indiana, and for some reason, you've got some people in the administration who think he's damaged goods. Tim, college basketball is a dirty game. Right?
It's not dirty anymore. You're allowed to give money now. It used to be dirty.
I know it's still dirty behind the scenes, but it used to be dirty. You had to hide the dirt. Now it's all out in front. But look, Rick Pitino was a coach that a lot of people didn't want to touch for a long time. Pitino could have St. John's headed to the Final Four. He's got them in the top 10 right now. Chris Beard doing a hell of a job at Ole Miss. Boy, I had to sweat out that bet today. I was not happy with Chris Beard blowing that lead in the second half today.
Another situation, Matt, where numbers matter, right? It's funny that Arkansas was involved in back-to-back games where the number was so important, where you think about the Arkansas-South Carolina finish and the moronic mindset of John Calipari. Regardless, close 4.5 was 2.5. I laid 3, so thankfully was able to get there. And then, did you have money line on Ole Miss? So Ole Miss money line.
I put that up on the VSiN Pro page last night. So I'm not laying those points. It was 3.5 at the time. How'd that play out?
83 to 80.
And
buzzer beater.
That was after Ole Miss blew a double-digit lead.
And Arkansas missed a free throw in the closing
Ole Miss
seconds.
wins the game by 3, playing the money line at minus 170 paid off there, but had a heart attack in the second half of that game when Ole Miss – this stuff can stress you out sometimes. You got a lot of bets on these games. There's wild runs and spurts in these games, and sometimes you just need to set yourself up and for middles and hedge, and that takes some of the stress away if you can set up a nice middle for yourself on some of these games. That's why live betting is important too, right?
There's no doubt. I mean, I've been fortunate to hit a middle so far this championship week, as I had that Gonzaga McNeese State conference championship money parlay, and I was able to get Lamar plus 9.5, and fortunately snuck in there during the window. But for every win, there's a loss, and you forget to put in. Like earlier today, I was watching the BYU Iowa State game. I had Iowa State money line. Iowa State is red hot in the first half. They're only up, I think, 5-6 at the break, and didn't get in on BYU. BYU comes back and wins the game outright. So
I think that was a good game for the books. Iowa State had a remarkable point spread run in the Big 12 tournament. In the last 15 years, I think Iowa State was 21-3.
Wow.
Against the spread, right around that going into today's game. I saw a lot of plays out there from handicappers on Iowa State money line today. I think Iowa State money line parlays went down. That BYU team's going to be dangerous getting to the tournament too. What's BYU going to be, a 4 seed?
Well, who knows? If they keep winning, they could continue to climb up. Entering this tournament here, I think they're probably like in a 6 or 7 range, but huge win today against Iowa State. That's going to help out their resume. They're just going to keep going up and up and up. And honestly, I'm kind of annoyed. I want them to stop winning. I mean, obviously I wanted them to lose today from a betting standpoint, but I wanted to back this team as a higher seed.
I think a lot of people do.
But now when you look at this BYU, I'll tell you what, if you watch BYU today, man, that is an elite shot-making team. Defense, not so great. But from a shot-making standpoint, absolutely elite. 4th in the nation in effective field goal percentage, 26 in three-point percentage, 59.2% from inside the arc. And here's the thing, Matt. They have an NBA mentality. They want dunks and they want three-pointers. And that's what they're going to do every single game. And they can cut a 10-point deficit and eliminate it in a blink of an eye.
Well, that's one thing. Mark Pope, who had that mentality when he was BYU's coach, he's taken that to Kentucky, was replaced by who, Tim? An NBA assistant
Kevin
coach.
Young, yep.
So BYU's a well-coached team, a very good offensive team, and I think BYU's too good to be a 6 seed. It's got to be a 5 or a 4. It's one of the hottest teams in the country over the past month.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I was just looking at bracket matrix, and these haven't been updated, but yeah, there were some five lines out there, as high as a 7. So I think the wins are going to continue to move them up that particular bracket there. So
we got a final in the Big Ten tournament, Tim. 106-94. Double check it, but that's over the total, right?
Yeah.
200 total points in the Iowa-Illinois game. 106 of those scored by the Fighting Illini. And Tim, Illinois moves on and covers the 10-point number with the 12-point win.
Yeah, that is a cover for Illinois as they went off as a 10-point favorite, and they do get the cover. So Illinois moving on, and they will face the 2 seed in the Big East, or the Big Ten, and that is the Maryland Terrapins, where I'd be curious to know what that line is on a neutral. It'll be pretty close. It'll be pretty tight.
Let's make Maryland a 1.5-point favorite.
Oh, we could do guess the lines again. I always like this.
Well, this is actually guess the lines when the lines aren't out yet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. What'd you say, 2.5?
Maryland, 1.5.
1.5? I think that's spot on. I will concede to Mr. Humans here. I'll say 2. But I think it's going to be 1.5, 2. It's going to be very short. And Illinois, 106-94 win.
We got a line move here at Circa right behind us, Tim. If you like Kansas, you can get 3.5. That's probably good news for you. You're on Arizona money line here. Arizona has now gone from 3 to a 3.5-point favorite over Kansas here at the Circa Sportsbook.
All right, let's run through some games that are still to come, Matt. By the way, quick look up. Here come the Louisville Cardinals, only down 2. So Stanford was once upon a time up double digits. We have seen some double-digit leads evaporate.
Tie game.
Wow, tied up. Under 8 minutes to go in Charlotte. The Queen City is seeing an entertaining one as Louisville has tied it up against Stanford. Unfortunately for me, Creighton has cut the deficit, had cut it down to 6, but I'll tell you what, this Blue Jays team, not very impressive against DePaul, and I think they will be a fade for me in the NCAA tournament. But hopefully for tonight, they can come back and cut this deficit at least inside 4.
Tim, you just don't see this very often. So we're talking about the Big East tournament here, and Creighton, one of the top seeds, a 13-point favorite here, has trailed the entire game and trailed by a lot. It's still down 9 midway through the second half. The DePaul Blue Demons threatening to pull off the big upset.
DePaul was a 5.5-point dog last night as Creighton just throws an inbounds pass completely out of bounds. Greg McDermott's face looks like Brian Kelly on the sidelines there, you know.
He's not happy.
He is not happy as it is a 49-40 lead for the Blue Demons of DePaul against Creighton. Winner of this game will face the winner of UConn-Villanova, Matt, where we have a 7-point spread in that one. The UConn Huskies, as they like to call Madison Square Garden, Stores South, and they are a 7-point favorite here at full strength. By the way, DePaul, a little run here, much to my chagrin, and this Creighton team is wildly unimpressive, Matt. This is a team I think you should look to fade in the first round. Yes.
Oh, soft, right?
That's what always Greg McDermott's teams are. And Ryan Kalkbrenner inside, they just try to pound the inside. And, you know, they shoot threes and they try to get into the big fella there. But Villanova and UConn, a game that'll tip off after this. That is a 7-point spread. Game tipping off after Stanford-Louisville. SMU and Clemson, Matt, also a 7-point spread in favor of the Clemson Tigers.
I did not touch this one. I've got enough on Clemson here to win the ACC tournament at 7-1. I didn't want to mess with SMU could be a dangerous team in this game. I don't think it's a gimme. It's not a layup for the Tigers to beat SMU in advance, so I did not mess with it. And we got a great one, though, in the ACC right now. Tie game between Stanford and Louisville midway through the second half.
We sure do. And Ryan Kalkbrenner is not happy right now for the Creighton Blue Jays. Don't bring it down. You're 6'10". Stop bringing the ball down. That's what first thing you're told as a big VSiN fans. It's time to plan your Vegas getaway. Circa Las Vegas owner, man, you just heard from Derek Stevens, offering you 15% off his 3 incredible properties: Circa Las Vegas, the D Hotel, and the Golden Gate. Whether you're lounging by the stunning rooftop pool here at Circa or enjoying all of the excitement in Vegas, make sure you use this promo code VSiN15. CircaLasVegas.com. Once again, VSiN15 to get 15% off. Your Vegas adventure starts here. Wes Reynolds going to help us break down the remainder of tonight's college basketball card next on VSiN.
To get you ready for March Mania, VSiN is offering a free pro preview during Championship Week. Get everything VSiN has to offer, including daily pro picks straight to your inbox, betting splits from both Circa Sports and DraftKings Sportsbook, and access to the VSiN Watch app to take VSiN with you wherever you go. Register now for free to unlock VSiN from March.
Hamilton was adopted from a rescue in 2008. He really likes to be around people. I get out my mat and I'm doing a downward dog and he's underneath. He's quite the pug about town. He gets invited to a lot of parties. He knows he's a pretty big deal. Look at this little face. How could you not love him?
Hamilton the Pug, Instagram star, and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open, don't speak with your mouth full, keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth, is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I'm a retired school psychologist, and helping people was my thing. After my stroke, when Meals on Wheels started, I was on the other end of the stick, so to speak. My name is Julius Gaines, creative writer, poet, photographer.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti.
You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Year, top 10 in the majors in runs allowed, top 10 in team ERA. It just feels like they're walking more of a tightrope now, taking Garrett Cole out of the equation. You mentioned Giancarlo Stanton. Who knows when we see him? Could be midsummer. DJ LeMahieu's banged up as well. I mean, what happens if this team loses Aaron Judge for a month? You know, all of a sudden the depth and kind of some of the luxury pieces on this team, you're asking a bit more. I think the door is open right now in the AL East.
Prop Points, weekdays at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is VSiN Primetime alongside Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. Tied up in the ACC tournament, Stanford and Louisville all tied at 62. Matt and I both took a couple in-game swings here this evening as we took 13.5. Well, I took 13.5. You got 14.5 on Baylor against Texas Tech right now at the under 8 media timeout. Texas Tech with a 7-point lead, 68-61. And then I took a swing on Creighton as they were down by 15 at the half, 4.5 in game, and they trail still by 10. So need some work there from the Creighton Blue Jays as that in-game price, 4.5. So there you go, right where I bet it. All right, let's head to our progressive guest line, a gentleman who knows a thing or two about live betting. That is Wes Reynolds, who joins us courtesy of our progressive guest line. We've got a full slate still to come here this evening, Wes. So let's jump into a conference that you know quite well. Unfortunately, your Indiana Hoosiers came up on the wrong end of things here today, losing to Oregon 72-59. So we will wait to see if they make the NCAA tournament on Sunday. Got USC and Purdue. USC winning late night last night against Rutgers in overtime. The Boilermakers laying 10.5 out there with a total of 150. Wes, any interest in the finale in Indianapolis tonight?
Yeah, know about live betting, also know about dead betting, because that's what I've been for the last few days, is just drawing dead. So might provide some good fade material for the folks in VSiN land out there. But if I do anything with this game, it'd be the over. They scored 162 back on February 7th, and these teams shot a combined 10 of 52 from the three. So we know that Purdue can shoot the three ball very well, but USC shot like 15%, and Purdue, I think, was at 23%. So they can get what they want at the rim, I think. We know Purdue really permissible defensively at the rim. Of course, when you don't have a 7'4" guy that's now in the NBA, you're not going to be as good at the rim defensively. And then USC just really undersized. They 6'7", 6'8" is their front line. I think Trey Kaufman-Renn probably can get what he wants, and Purdue can drive to the basket, get to the foul line. So over or pass for me here in the Big Ten finale tonight.
Wes, by the way, we've just seen the highest scoring game in Big Ten tournament history. Ian McDonald informed me that 200 points in the Iowa-Illinois game, the most ever scored in a Big Ten tournament game. The previous record was 188. How have you fared in the Big Ten tournament so far? I think you and I both went down with Indiana Hoosiers today.
I did. We'll go down with Indiana, but did have Iowa, and then I had to buy out of it once Fran McCaffrey got thrown out. Fitting way for his career to end at Iowa, if in fact this is the end, as Illinois gets the win. So, been okay. Had Wisconsin, so, pretty much breaking even in the Big Ten so far.
Let's look at the Big 12. This is our primetime game of the night, Wes. It's Kansas and Arizona. The 3.5 here at Circuit just disappeared, so back to 3. Arizona 3-point favorite, total of 152.5. Richie Bachelari told me before the show he's on Kansas +3. He said, "Hey, Kansas was a 4.5-point favorite against this team 5 days ago. When you have a 7.5-point flip in the number, he felt like he had to take the Jayhawks." Did you play this?
I have not. I think. I did play the total. I played the over. I haven't played the side, but I wonder, what this is going to be here, because Hunter Dickinson, by the way, in the season finale, Arizona had no answer for him. They tried the Dutchman, they tried Awaka, the smaller kind of burly power forward. Nobody could guard him in the post, but Hunter Dickinson did play 39 minutes last night in that track meet with UCF. So I got to think that Arizona at least wants to push the tempo and make this guy run. So over I have at 152. I think it's now 52.5, 53. So haven't played the side. Guess could make an argument for Kansas. Maybe Kansas first half is the way I would look, just because they did play the day before. Arizona coming in a little bit cold. So Kansas, used to the arena. This is an ex-official home game for Kansas. So you got to account for that, I think, in the number. I don't know if it is right now at 3.5, because this is in the Sprint Center there in Kansas City. It's going to be a very partisan KU crowd, even though Arizona travels well.
Madison Square Garden, we're watching right now, Wes, as DePaul is up 5 as a 13-point dog, pre-flop to Creighton, and that game with under 6 minutes to go. After this, it'll be UConn and Villanova, Storrs South. I had Seton Hall yesterday, and had a chance late to get that cover, but unfortunately did not get that late bucket there. But regardless, we've got UConn right now laying 7 against Villanova, total 134.5. Any interest in the finale in the Garden tonight?
Yeah, already on the under at 34.5, and I may add Villanova +7 here. This looks a little bit high to me. Villanova, look, I was hoping you were going to get there at Seton Hall, but Villanova kind of messed around there at the end.
Oh, I was very lucky to be around that number.
They really let Seton Hall back in the game, so I wonder if they let the foot off the gas, knowing what they have. Of course, they would be out. I think most bracketologists would have them out of the NCAA tournament. But look, with some teams losing today, with Indiana losing today, with perhaps San Diego State, even though I think the Aztecs still probably in, but some of these teams losing late, maybe Villanova, if they can make a bit of a run. Now they got to win tonight, and then they got to kind of hope Creighton comes back to get for Villanova. You're going to try to see them slow this to a crawl. Now they're a very good 3-point shooting team, so that could make it go over, one of the best in the country, but they are slow tempo. I think they're going to value possessions here. I like the under 134.5.
Wow. Breaking news. I did not see this coming, Wes. Breaking news is being reported out there by Fox Sports that Mike Krzyzewski has surfaced as the top candidate for the Indiana head coaching job.
Well, I know he can recruit, unlike the apparent report that Ben McCollum is being strongly looked at, the head coach from Drake, who's done a hell of a job with that team, but has recruited guys that would play intramurals at Indiana, not that would play in the Big Ten. So, we will see. I mean, he's recruited guys that would play for Sigma Nu over at the Hyper, not necessarily guys that are Big Ten Division I basketball players. So we'll see what's going to happen with Indiana. Anything's an upgrade over who we had if you watch that game this morning.
27 years, Wes. It's hard to believe. 27 years of the Big Ten tournament. Indiana's never won it and only reached a championship game one time. How is that possible?
With Mike Davis, actually, in his first full season as Indiana coach. But Indiana, another kill shot run. I think they said on the halftime show on BTN during the Oregon IU game today that Indiana had given up 19 runs this season of 10 points or more, which is termed by Evan Maya as a kill shot. And they gave up another one today at the end of the half. And I was like, well, this is why Mike Woodson isn't being brought back, because you get all these people from outside like, well, why are they getting rid of Mike Woodson? He's going to make the tournament perhaps playoffs 3 times in 4 years. That's not the standard. So very poor performance for the Hoosiers as they bow out early in the Big Ten tournament yet again.
We're talking once again to Wes Reynolds joining us here, courtesy of our progressive guest line. It's going to be good to talk to Wes because I could keep my eyes off of this.
I was going to take the pressure off you here and just finish this because I could tell you were upset what's happened here in the Creighton-DePaul game. Wes, we have Oklahoma, Kentucky, Wildcats laying 6.5, total of 160. We've also got games in the Mountain West and the Big West tonight. What else is on your radar? What's going to be a bet for you late Thursday night?
Yeah, I want to take Oklahoma. I don't think I'm going to get 7 here. It's going to be stuck mainly at 6.5 at reduced juice. But Oklahoma, I was really impressed with them last night against Georgia. Georgia had been playing really good basketball at the end of the season, and Oklahoma just kept them at bay there in the second half and really took over, rebounded the ball very well. They almost beat this team earlier this year. It was 83-82, and that's when Butler was back and when Kentucky was relatively healthy, pretty much at full strength. And I think it was Bray, or no, it was Owe, the former Sooner, that hit the buzzer beater or the winning shot. So I think Oklahoma might have something here. They, by the way, are one of those, last 4 in, first 4 out. So kind of something that they need. And sometimes I like to go against those teams, but I think Oklahoma, having played last night, might play a little bit more loose. So the Sooners for me. And then I'm trying to talk myself off of taking the Nevada Wolfpack, who've been the most disappointing team in the Mountain West this year. But Colorado State won 8 in a row, and they're only laying 5 to the Wolfpack. Boy, that kind of smells to me a little bit. So it would be Reno or nothing.
Before we let you run, Wes, the news to Cooper Flag, it looks like 7.5, 8 out there. UNC Duke tomorrow. Any interest in the dog tomorrow?
Well, look, UNC, this is a win and in, yep. I think, even though some people already have them in, despite the fact that they're 1-11 in quad 1 games, they get the benefit of the doubt that some other teams don't. I still don't want to go against Duke. I thought they played a very good half, actually, especially defensively in the second half. That's where they're going to miss Flag more, I think, is on the defensive end rather than offense, because they can shoot plenty of threes. I still don't like this Carolina team, so I'm not getting enough at 7.5.
Wes Reynolds, you can follow him on social media at Wes Reynolds 1. Wes, we appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys.
There he is. Wes Reynolds. Louisville has regained the lead. A team who has not regained the lead, Creighton, because they're morons. We'll talk about that on the other side.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all, and super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. These terms and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The game is over, but this time, instead of asking how many goals did you score or what were your stats, try asking these questions. Were you a good teammate? Were you coachable? Did you give 100%? And did you have fun? Because those are the values that school sports instill in Ohio's young people, where winning and losing are secondary to the life lessons that will stay with kids long after their playing days are over. This is the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Educate through sports.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
If I were to tell the Colts fans, let's say in November of last year, that your two quarterbacks were going to be Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, you would have thrown up. If you love turnovers and bouncing passes in the dirt, you've got your guys, your quarterback competition. This is not exactly Montana v. Young here with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the sports betting network. Unlock everything VSiN has to offer right now for free. Go to VSiN.com/champweek to register and join VSiN, the sports betting network. Right now for free. Go to VSiN.com/champweek to register and join VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Hour 3 of VSiN Prime Time. And boy, sometimes you make bets and you think they're going to come home. They look good for a little while, and then they don't. DePaul's going to beat Creighton. That is going to happen. 60-51. This Creighton team is wildly unimpressive. And I think a team that you should absolutely look to fade in the NCAA tournament. This thing is done. DePaul now up 11, and they went on an 8-0 run, and Creighton just keeps turning the ball over. Just a nightmare of a performance from a Creighton team led by a bunch of guys who have been playing a lot of college basketball. So Creighton about to be bounced from the Big East tournament. And Baylor, though, battling in this one, 72-67 the score. Texas Tech with a 5-point lead. And how about this, Matt?
I know, wild one.
Stanford has tied it up with Louisville. It looked like you were mentioning it on the break. Man, there's a chance that Louisville could cover this number.
Cardinals were up 8, and Stanford took a long three. If the Cardinal had missed that three, Louisville was going to have a chance to stretch it to double digits as a 10.5-point favorite, maybe cover the number. Boom, Stanford Cardinal going a big run. All of a sudden we have a tie game. That's how quickly these things can change. And that's also why live betting is a tool you need to have in your box here this time of year. 73 all in the final minute of the game. Tim, we also talked about Baylor grabbing the 14.5 there right before halftime. Baylor was down. What was Baylor down at the time?
They were down
15. Was it 15?
Yeah, 15 or 14 at the half, somewhere in that ballpark, yeah.
And Baylor was getting 14.5 live. Right now it's a 5-point game, and Baylor's got the ball. So the Bears are live to come all the way back and win this game.
Man, this will be quite the performance. And you think about Baylor, the expectations preseason, they get blown out by Gonzaga in that season opener. Things kind of went sideways after that. And right now the Baylor Bears down 5 to Texas Tech. And Red Raiders will have the ball after an empty possession from the Baylor Bears there. Creighton and DePaul, as mentioned. Creighton, a solid in the field of 68, but probably looking at a 8 or 9 game right now for the Blue Jays. The Blue Demons, on the other hand, obviously need to make a magical run to win this whole thing. They've never reached the Big East semifinals before, and they are a minute and 48 seconds away from doing it in year 1 of the Chris Holtmann era. So certainly a promising performance here for the Blue Demons, as I'm not sure why Creighton is already fouling, but hey.
I was trying to extend the game. Better team, trying to extend the game, give themselves, maybe a shot to get hot from 3-point range. And you never know. A team like DePaul could certainly choke under the pressure.
That's true.
Because they're not used to winning. Again, it's a 14-18 team with only 4 wins in the Big East this season. So I actually like the idea here to extend the game. And as much as possible, I think Greg McDermott's doing the right thing. I know you're frustrated right now because Creighton's going down. I don't blame you, but it actually would be kind of cool to see DePaul win a Big East game because it doesn't happen very often.
No,
You know,
it doesn't.
This program's been the laughing stock of the conference for a while. Chris Holtman had a tough time at Ohio State. He got bounced out of there. He lands in Chicago at DePaul, trying to revive this program a little bit. What happens here? By the way, DePaul misses a free throw. Creighton's got some life. Long three. Boom! All of a sudden, a 5-point game with 1:35 to go.
All right, Creighton.
Not over yet.
Creighton catching 4.5 for me in game. I took that at halftime, so we'll see if the Blue Jays can force DePaul into a tricky spot here. So we will keep our eyes on that.
Big 12 update. Baylor within 3.
Wow.
72-69, 26 seconds to go. So the Baylor Bears still a threat to come all the way back and win this game.
Matt, I wanted to hit on this game. I don't believe it's tipped just yet. Let's go to Thomas and Mack. Colorado State and Nevada. Talked about this briefly with Wes Reynolds. Easy for me to say. I would agree with Wes. Does feel like a little bit of a fishy line.
Oh, yeah.
I took Colorado State to win this conference like JVT did at plus 425. But boy, Nevada is one of those teams that is pretty frustrating this year. So I would understand the hesitation from Wes, but any thoughts on Nevada and Colorado State?
I have several thoughts on it. By the way, we have a final in the ACC. I believe it's going final 74-72, Louisville over Stanford.
Hold on. The Cardinals do hold on to win. And by the way, my in-game price now, Creighton within that number, but we will see. That is far from over as DePaul going to bleed the clock here under a minute to go in that one. Quick update from the Atlantic 10. Fran Dunphy could be coaching his final game as the longtime Big Five coach is currently trailing by 11 as St. Joe's leads LaSalle 53-42. He is retiring. The longtime Penn, then Temple, and now LaSalle head coach is calling it a career after this season. And I believe LaSalle, the Explorers, have already made their hire for the upcoming next season. So that is a game going on right around the number there. But going back to Nevada, Colorado State, anything you're looking to get in the pocket?
Yeah, the Rams come to Vegas, a hot team, won 7 straight, well-coached, Nico Medved. I've heard Medved's name mentioned for the Minnesota job. Past 24
How about that,
hours
by the way? Fired him at 2:07 Eastern a.m.
Yeah.
What is the AD, Matt Humans?
No, the AD actually flew back from Indianapolis, where he's on the selection committee, flew back to Minneapolis, fired the coach, and is going back to Indianapolis in the middle of the night. Did not take a Mayflower truck. But Ben Johnson got fired as Minnesota coach, and I don't know what the Gophers expect to win the Big Ten every year. I thought you got to give Ben Johnson time to build a program. I thought Minnesota Gophers went to L.A. and swept USC and UCLA, and
I've got a name,
had some
man.
big wins. What's that?
I've got a name. Hot coach in the Mountain West.
Rick Pitino.
Richard Pitino. What about that, huh? Would that work out?
I don't think he's going back to Minnesota. Do you realize that Richard Pitino actually spent like 8 or 9 years at Minnesota?
Wild.
I didn't realize he was there that long.
Neither
I looked at
did
his
I.
resume last week, and man, time flies. Richard Pitino was in Minnesota that long. Ben Johnson fired. Nico Medved, the Colorado State coach, has been mentioned. Nick Clifford, one of the top players in the Mountain West, probably the second best player in the Mountain West, led the Rams here to 7 straight wins. I'm like Wes. I looked at this number. I said 5. We got a tie game now between DePaul and Creighton.
Stephen Ashworth from Harlem buries the 3.
He wouldn't last long in Harlem. Get out of there fast.
62-62. Stephen Ashworth, who was 1 of 8 from 3, pulls from about 26 feet, bottoms, and we're all tied up there.
11-0 scoring run for the Creighton Blue Jays.
Like I said, Matt, this Creighton team had DePaul right where they want them. They are tough as nails.
Tim had nothing but positive things to say about the Creighton team and Stephen Ashworth during the commercial break, and they've repaid all your compliments here with an 11-0 run.
By the way,
this game.
Man, this head on a swivel right now. This is it's kind of like witching hour on Red Zone because
this is great.
74-72. Baylor just hits a 3, Matt. It's a 2-point game in the Big 12 quarterfinals. Both you and I have
I just need Tech to win the game.
Baylor plus 14.5. You have 14.5. I have 13.5. But you have Tech to win the conference.
I can't have Tech losing this game.
Yeah, so
it's nice to win the live bet, but I need Tech to win this game at plus 425. Tech at the free throw line with Elijah Hawkins, an 88% shooter, and Tech up 74-72.
Make the first
Hawkins
free throw.
Makes the first.
I'll tell you what, Matt.
John Calipari right now would say missed a second. Jeez.
Speaking of the SEC, where Arkansas was bounced today, second half underway down in Nashville, and Missouri has a 39-34 lead in that contest. Right now, your live line has Missouri a 3.5-point favorite as a three-pointer, I believe, is coming for the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Clang that cowbell.
Final 10 seconds. Baylor's going to go for the 2. I don't necessarily disagree with this. Get the quick 2, 76-74. And 5 seconds ago, we're going to get a foul. Tech back to the free throw line. So Baylor really needs Tech to miss one of these free throws. Stating the obvious here. DePaul and Creighton tied up at 62. Tim, what are we going to see from the Blue Demons out of this timeout?
I would love to see them not hold the ball and just wait for one last shot.
They're going to hold the ball.
That's going to do it. That's what they're going to do right here. We have had 0 lead changes. Man, I hate this. I hate it.
5 seconds left until they initiate the
I hate this so much. They got a good look, though. Kalkbrenner blocked it. And we're going to go to overtime.
What are you doing?
I hate
18 seconds. You just stand there and let 10 seconds run off the clock.
And you got an elite shot blocker and Ryan Kalkbrenner out there. Like Chris Holtman.
You deserve to lose the game now. DePaul deserves to lose. That's an idiotic way to play that final possession. I hate this, and we see it over and over again. Run your offense instead of the clock.
Creighton has not led 1 second in this game, and we are headed to overtime as Ryan Kalkbrenner blocks a three-pointer as the Blue Demons hold for the final shot.
Well, here's the key right now, Tim. You got to bet Creighton going into the overtime, right?
Yeah, I would.
That's an 11-0 run to finish regulation.
Man, how deflated is DePaul right now? And how about this?
Extremely deflated.
Creighton on the money line, minus 315.
Going to overtime?
Yeah.
I mean, Creighton's going to win the game. I was hoping the money line would be something like $2. Obviously, $3.15 at DraftKings. They're anticipating Creighton action as well. I would be stunned at this point if the Blue Demons actually regroup and win this game.
Hopefully, for those who took the Blue Demons, this is not a tragic overtime where dogs don't go to die situation, as this number closed at 13. Underway, Purdue and USC. You took a little fight on here, correct?
10.5 with USC. Not a big bet, but did play the dog.
All right, 76-74, Texas Tech and Baylor. 5 seconds to go. DePaul and Creighton headed to overtime. Louisville sneaks out as what did they close, 12?
Louisville closed 10.5
point favorite. Louisville, 75-73 win over Stanford. Louisville moves on to the ACC semifinals. Hey, folks, are you ready to get in on the action? First Bet has you covered. Sign up now to access exclusive promotions and bet on hundreds of thrilling horse races every day, right from your phone or computer. Visit firstbet.com. That's the number one, stbet.com. Use this promo code VSIN200 to score 20% rebate on all your wagers for the first 60 days, up to $200. Firstbet.com. What do you got, man?
Texas Tech's in trouble as we go to the commercial break. 5 seconds left. Baylor ball.
Ooh, buddy.
To get you ready for March Mania, VSiN is offering a free pro preview during Championship Week. Get everything VSiN has to offer, including daily pro picks straight to your inbox, betting splits from both Circa Sports and DraftKings Sportsbook, and access to the VSiN Watch app to take VSiN with you wherever you go. Register now for free to unlock VSiN from March 6th through the 16th at VSiN.com/Champ Week, and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio
Network.
This is VSiN Primetime.
I, in a vacuum, would like any team that needs a quarterback to go and get Geno Smith. I think Geno Smith is a good quarterback. He puts up some very elite numbers. You have to make the situation great, though. And that's why I say in a vacuum, I would like any acquisition of Geno Smith if I needed a quarterback. Mm-hmm. Do I like it with the Raiders, who have not looked great in terms of the way they've run their offense and their game planning, and the offensive line needs some work done? I don't know if I really love it.
Catch VSiN Primetime weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Woo! Keep it rolling, man. What a fun night. Down to the wire in Kansas City, and Texas Tech holds on to beat the Baylor Bears 76-74.
That was a close call.
Woo, buddy. That was the perfect scenario for Matt. He would have preferred maybe a little less sweaty, but an in-game winner for the two of us. Credit to you as you picked out that number right away, and I just rode your coattails to that winner. And your Texas Tech future still alive.
Barely.
As Baylor misses a running bank shot as time expired there at the Sprint Center. Overtime at Madison Square Garden. Creighton up 2 on DePaul, 66-64. The Blue Jays wrapped up the regulation portion of this game on an 11-0 run against the 10-seed DePaul.
You know, underway now in the Mountain West between Nevada and Colorado State. You mentioned that game right before the break. And Tim, I think teams, you have to handicap it this way. Teams that win the previous day in these conference tournaments get confidence. Mm-hmm. They get confidence. They get familiarity with the rims, the background, everything else. I think it helps. Like Wes Reynolds mentioned, I think it helps to have a warm-up game that you win when you're facing an opponent that comes in cold. And right now we've got that situation, USC against Purdue. That one's underway. And we're going to have more situations like that coming up, especially in the Big Ten tomorrow with some teams that had to double bye in that conference and also in the SEC. So we'll talk about situations like that. Mitch Moss asked me before the show about the Circuit College Hoops Challenge. It is off this week because we don't know what the games are going to be on Saturday. So we could not turn that around quickly. We're going to be back next Wednesday. Make sure you tune in next Wednesday night. It's going to be a monster show, an extravaganza. 15 handicappers, 12 plays each from the Thursday and Friday first-round tournament games. We will have pizza in studio from Dom DeMarco's Pizzeria on West Charleston. And Al Scalliott, great enough to sponsor the Circa Friday Football Invitational from Brooklyn's Best, Circa College Hoops Challenge from Dom DeMarco's Pizzeria. And his brother, Mike Scalliott, the Italian stallion, tweets in and says, whiskey and Sparty in the Big Ten tomorrow.
Okay.
Those are two of his best bets. So also Chris Massero, who is part of the Circa College Hoops Challenge. He's tied with me for 5th right now. Chris is here at the Circa. I said, Chris, will you be in a booth here at Circa watching the late games tonight? I might be, but right now I'm in my room throwing my remote against the wall. So Obviously, if you're betting these games, Tim, you know how it is. I've watched you throw your pen. I've watched Tim Murray throw stuff all over the
You're
studio.
lying. You're lying. I never threw my pen or called anyone soft or anything like that.
We all get ticked off, and I did too during the San Diego State game. But yeah, we've got some games to watch here late night too. So Joe Cirallo is going to have some stuff to talk about on his show after us.
Yeah, a lot of Mountain West action. You and I love the Mountain West. Big West going on here. Cal Poly, shout to David Dineen's alma mater. Nice win last night. I was very curious about the line move. I actually bet Cal Poly overnight on Tuesday at minus 50 on the money line. I thought, all right, this is going to move in their direction. No, it went the other way. It closed around minus 20, but Cal Poly went out there and had a enormous second half. So we will see, but the market betting against Cal Poly here tonight as they take on UC Riverside. Matt, game going on right now, and very interesting one. The winner of this contest, UC Santa Barbara, Cal State Northridge, will face UC San Diego. And I think I speak for the two of us. Go Gauchos, because UC Santa Barbara, I would imagine, would be an easier foe than Cal State Northridge, who did give UC San Diego a bit of a run for their money earlier this year.
I considered playing Northridge tonight, but I don't want to lay the points, and laying the money line in a game like that's a bit risky. Like I said, I don't want to play too many favorites, and you're seeing why when you watch these conference tournaments. It's risky to play money line parlays and lay big numbers of favorites. I thought I was safe today with Mississippi, minus 170. Looked good. Looked like the Rebels were going to roll, and all of a sudden they fall behind by 3 late and have to pull the game out on a three-pointer, essentially at the buzzer, close to it. You just got to be careful playing too many favorites in these conference tournaments. And a lot of times, like this Nevada-Colorado State game tonight, the Wolfpack won yesterday, got some confidence. You think they're going to come in hot, and Colorado State's cold. And a lot of times you want to bet on those type of situations. So that's something I definitely keep in mind when you're handicapping the conference tournaments. Right now, what did we say? Creighton's going to win this game in overtime. Creighton up 68-64. Tim, if you laid the minus 315, you got a bargain because now it's minus 3,200 at DraftKings. 17-2 run for the Creighton Blue Jays. They lead DePaul by 4 with 2 minutes to go, and Creighton's got the ball. Chris Holtman, great job getting your team ready to play. Horrific job closing out the game, especially on the final possession. Seriously, that was a horrible final possession by the Blue Demons. And you called it before it happened. Don't dribble out the clock. Did not even get a decent shot off when you have 18 seconds left on the final possession.
It's funny because I questioned Greg McDermott as they were fouling. Creighton was fouling very early, I felt. And you questioned me, as did Vegas Regular on Twitter. You could always tweet us. I'm at one Tim Murray. Matt's at Matt Humans 247. He said, I can't believe you are questioning Creighton fouling. Well, I was wrong because the pressure was put on DePaul, as you pointed out, a team that is 14-18, has never really been in this spot. And sure enough, DePaul missed free throws. They missed another one there, and the pressure certainly sinking in on these Blue Demons, and their season is going to come to a close here against the Creighton Blue Jays. So a strong finish there for Creighton here in regulation, and DePaul just 3 of 8 from the free throw line, and that should all but do it right there, 72-64. And now, boy, oh boy, you're wondering, is this going to be potentially a dog goes to die in overtime situation?
Oh, wow.
Hopefully
Driving
not.
dunk by the Blue Demons. How about that? Nice job by
is the
Blocker.
right side 100%. So I hope they get the cover here. But Creighton will get the winner of UConn and Villanova. And Villanova last night, I mentioned this earlier in the show. I had Seton Hall plus the points. That would have been a very lucky cover. Villanova was the right side the entire way through. They took their foot off the gas pedal. You do wonder, by the way, maybe not over yet. DePaul cutting it down to 3, so 5 straight points here. But you wonder a little bit, Matt, as we're kind of in that point in time, is this the swan song for Villanova head coach Kyle Neptune, as there's some rumors swirling that he could be on his way out at Villanova.
That's another big name that was in the mix supposedly for the Indiana job was Jay Wright.
Oh, I thought you said Kyle Neptune. I'm like, what?
No. Indiana fans thought they could get Jay Wright. They could get Brad Stevens, Rick Pitino, Bruce Pearl,
Steve Kerr, Red Auerbach from the grave, Phil Jackson.
The Indiana job, apparently not that attractive. Scott Drew of Baylor is on that wish list as well. Right now, it looks like Ben McCollum at Drake.
Which is, I think, would be a good hire.
He's a good hire, but then again, you don't know how he's going to work. Oh, you're talking about high major basketball. You got to recruit
look,
at the highest level possible.
I mean, shooting percentages on these types of jobs from punditry is not great because
a lot of people thought Archie Miller was a great hire at Indiana.
I thought Archie Miller would be successful.
Archie Miller, I think, went 0-8 against Purdue before he got fired.
He was a disaster.
He was a bust. Sean Miller would probably be a good hire. To tell you the truth.
You know who I think?
Mick Cronin at UCLA.
I think Mick Cronin would do very well there. I think he would do great. By the way, Mississippi State has taken the lead over Missouri. So a strong start to the second half here for the Fighting Cowbells as they have gone up 47-45 with 13 and a half minutes to go in the SEC. Still to come, Matt, late night in Nashville, the Kentucky Wildcats, Big Blue Nation, will take the floor as they are right now laying... There we are, laying 6.5 against Oklahoma
All right,
tonight.
So I put, like I said, do as I say, not as I do. I did put Kentucky on a money line parlay tonight.
So what's your money line parlay?
I'll tell you. I got to find it.
Should I do the read while you look for it?
Go ahead and do the read.
All right, let's do the read. Matt's looking for it. Well, if you want our picks a little bit cleaner than on Matt's sheet there, you can head on over to vsin.com. Check out all our picks. They're right there for you to grab. vsin.com/champweek. Everything we have to offer through Selection Sunday is completely free. That daily best bets email, exclusive betting splits from both Circa and DraftKings, 24/7 video access, and full access to the VSiN Watch app. No cost, no commitment. vsin.com/champweek.
I got it for you, Tim.
All right.
UConn minus 280, Kentucky minus $3, and Utah State minus 360. That's my
a three-legger.
The three-teamer tonight.
So I did a two-legger with UConn and Utah State.
Okay.
So we have a similar play. I was able to get that at our friends at Stations Casino earlier today at a minus 129 price.
Okay.
So UConn to Utah State. You know, UNLV, I'll give them this credit. We were watching that game last night against Air Force. Terrible start to the game. And both JVT and I jumped in on Air Force in-game. And then UNLV almost covered the game outright. So that was a poor play for us. So far, so good on our in-game plays tonight. In the winner column already, Baylor, Sikkim Bears plus 13.5. And right now, Creighton plus 4.5 as they lead by 4 in overtime.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at...
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. But they can be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments, it doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver.
but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
To the stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
LasVegas.com and use VEASAN15 to get 15% off. Your Vegas adventure starts here. Ready, set, bet.
If there's only 6 horses in a race, how worried are we about our horse not getting out fast?
With a 6-horse field, it still matters because you don't want to be blocked, but it's not nearly as big of an issue. Okay. When you have larger fields, it becomes much more of a concern because some horses who are in front are going to back up, and they're usually going to be on the inside, which means you either have to go wide or you have to weave through traffic around that final turn. So it makes it a lot more difficult.
Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet, Saturdays at 7 and Sundays at 8 Eastern on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
This is VEASAN Primetime on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
I think I just learned a new word. It is VEASAN Primetime here on a Thursday night. Double overtime at the Garden as DePaul ends OT on a 9-1 run with a minute and a half to go, and we're headed to double overtime between DePaul and Creighton, 73-73. That's Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. John A. Cornell on Twitter said, hey, thanks for smushing DePaul. Saved me. Great show. And then he just responded back, goes, I may have just smushed myself.
Mush.
Smushed? Thought it was mush. Whatever.
Call it smushed if
whatever.
You want to.
Some people call it potato. Some people call it potato.
I will say that it looked like DePaul was dead in the water. And in fact, the DraftKings live betting model thought the same because Creighton was minus 3,200 at that point in the overtime. And right now, back. How about this line? Minus 220. So going into the first overtime, Creighton was minus 315.
Yep.
Tim, would you lay the 220? I think I still would. I think I would lay the 220. Creighton's got to win this game, right?
I hope so. I just need him to lose by less than 5 because we got 4.5 at halftime.
I think you're going to be okay with it. Tim, you got that one. Don't worry about it. I'm just kidding. I didn't say it, huh? Don't you hate it when somebody says that?
Yes, it's the worst. Chris Mastero is still mad at me for almost mushing him.
He mushed me on a game yesterday, so all right. Everybody does it.
Everybody mushes from time to time. 17 all, by the way, in Indianapolis, USC and Purdue. Matt, you've got a USC plus 10 ticket in your back pocket. So the final quarterfinal going on in Indianapolis, and Live Line hasn't really budged. Still sits 9.5 in favor of Purdue.
I like the way it's going here. I think Purdue hit 7 of its first 9 shots from the field and had a 1-point lead, 17-16. Purdue's got 4 turnovers. Eric Musselman's doing a really smart thing here. This is how you have to defend Purdue. You got to bring 2 defenders out when Braden Smith is trying to run the point and make Smith give up the ball and definitely make him work to try to get into the offense. And Musselman's doing a really smart thing with his defensive strategy on Braden Smith. I think it's going to make it difficult for Purdue to run the offense. Right there, Purdue cannot even run an inbounds play properly. I like the USC bet. Like I said, I got USC plus 10.5, and I feel pretty good about it. Definitely feel good about the way this game has started.
And right now, if you missed out on the 10.5, you still can get 9.5 right now at DraftKings.
I did 17.
So hopefully it doesn't land 10. But if you like your pre-flop position, not a whole lot has happened since then. As we're keeping our eyes fixated on just so much college basketball. This is just an amazing time of year. Just a reminder, Selection Sunday, be here with VSiN. Me and JVT will be on the air as the bracket is revealed. We'll be on the air till 8 p.m. Eastern time, and then Humans and Hoops Peterson will jump on these airwaves to break it down. So a whole lot of content for you coming up all throughout the week. I'll be on the air Saturday morning as well, getting us ready for all the conference championship games and Humans and JVT tomorrow night on VSiN Primetime. What do we got? What's on your mind, Matt? Your eyes are fixated on all the games.
A bunch of different games.
Colorado State up 24-18 right now on Nevada in the Mountain West tournament.
Yeah, what we're talking about again, Nevada at 10-1 yesterday. Wolfpack come in hot. Colorado State sitting around kind of a cold team. It was a 1-point game a minute ago. Colorado State's just put up together, I think, a 6-1 run here, 24-18. But I thought, when you talk about fishy lines, I thought Colorado State would be a bigger favorite. I was thinking 7. I saw 5. That scared me off the favorite. And a lot of times in these conference tournaments, when you see a fishy line, stay the hell away.
Brace the stink, as I like to say.
Or embrace the stink.
Utah Tech, what was that line that we saw tweeted out as DePaul takes the lead, ladies and gentlemen. The Blue Demons trying to make it happen there at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, now it's minus 120. If you think Creighton's going to win this game, and I still do, I would bet Creighton right now minus 120 down 76-75.
So that's
a bargain price.
Stephen Ashworth is out. He is, I believe, fouled out of this game. So DePaul, man, blew a double-digit lead in the closing minutes to go to overtime, and